Hello, amigo. Eagle Gardens. One on Instagram. This is fucking talking shit with Eagle. WEedNErdWorld, episode 529.5. Want to take a little ride with you, says Jason Aldean. I do want to take a little ride with you. A little high ride, smoke ride. Think my chat popped out here. Top chat to live chat, there we go. Rambling on to myself at the moment. Southern VT grower. Cheers to you, my friend. Hopefully you've had a great Tuesday. Beginning of a Wednesday morning. It's a good tune. I don't know if I want to rock this one. Let's see what else we got here in the playlist. This is a good tune though. Brandon Family Farms back in chat. How you guys doing? Got me a full cup of coffee. Cheers, Miss Naughty Nikki. Always a pleasure. Oh man, I gotta get over and do some work for the t-shirt guy. Give us some shit. I want to get some beanies. Some winter beanies to fucking wear. That'd be cool. Pass out a few. Thank you, Mr. Nowhere, man. Hopefully you are well. Got Luke Bryan playing in the background. Fishing, loving every day. Let's go get this fucking tray out. Where's Johnny? Smiley. All those guys at. Yeah, it was nice to hear those stories about Sub. But you're right, it was depressing. Do miss that cat though. You don't want to get Flint River paid up in Flint, Michigan. Flint River paid, I can tell you that. The wage probably ain't the same. Stu Moon, great morning to you. James G. Weaver, great to see you in chat. Of course, John. Oh man, I heard, I haven't asked yet, but I heard hoodies may be hard to get this year because of just the shipping supply chain, really. Baker with me earlier. Hell yeah. Benny Ben, good morning to you. Great morning. And again, if I didn't say good morning to you, SoCal. Fuck you, good morning. Kush Cloud, nice to see you. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Weed Nerd World, if you will. What you guys smoking on tonight? I'm getting ready to roll up a little bit of Colombium. I believe it's number 4. Donated to the garden by Seth, the Family Farms, for the Roy strain, which is pushing along pretty well. Looking forward to making a quick round of seeds for you guys. I know Smiley is as well. It's going to be a fun one. Can't wait to see what we come up with. I think supposed to hook up again with Dirt Road Breakdown tomorrow. I think I'm going to pass him a little bit of the Colombium, see what he thinks. Of course, I am going to pass him a Colombium clone and see if he can bring out the pine. See what happens. come along with me. What's up, Smiley? Cheers. I don't even know if I can hear you. I gotta check it. I didn't check my headphones prior. What's up, brother? How was your day?
Good. It's a real good day, man. Everybody's kind of hanging out and coming up to the holiday now, so my nephew was in town and hanging out with him was cool.
Yeah.
Big shot college kids, you know?
Right.
No, that's pretty dope,
Cheers,
man.
Captain 420. Sorry, Smiley.
No, you're fine. Cheers. I didn't see Captain on there. I was typing in chat. Yeah, I was just gonna say it's pretty cool. Like, I think I told the story before, but so growing up, me and my oldest brother were both Michigan State fans, and my middle brother was always like super avid Michigan fan. Like, he was the biggest, nutso fan of them all about Michigan or whatever, right? But so anyway, it wasn't no big deal. I think me and my oldest brother more or less cheered for State just because he was such an avid Michigan fan, But he has two sons. He adopted one, but he has his one son, and he's watching a game with him like when they're young, and he fucking sees the team in green, and that was his favorite color. And ever since then, he's liked Michigan State. Now he's going there, so pretty cool. And they just beat Michigan this year, I guess, in football.
Yeah, well, we got a big game coming up here this weekend, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't follow
some
you.
Team from Ohio coming up to Michigan.
Oh yeah, all right. That's always a big one to win for the teams here. I know too.
I don't know. It paid me pretty well when I lived in Michigan. Yeah. I'll take those bets against those two Michigan teams against Ohio State.
Bet you'd get plenty of takers on that shit too, man.
I ended up with big bags of weed every year. Yep. We don't bet money. We bet bags of weed. Would you grow? I want that plan.
Cheers, Johnny. Red Pill and Miranda Family Farms.
Yeah, everybody's jumping in, man. What's up?
Oh shit, Miranda Farms. I gotta go back in the chat, guys. Give me them seeds.
I wouldn't blame you.
Now I'll probably call up Miranda Farms and see if I can't get on some of that Black Friday deal.
Hell yeah.
Get some of those Miss Jill beans out.
Yeah, I always have some cool shit growing in my garden, but I also have Miss Jill's shit going. Most of it's tester stuff for her, but usually it all goes to the menu anyway because it usually comes out fucking real. I actually had one plant that I grew for her. It was a CSI Humble cross, like one of the T1000 crosses, and it hermied out on me, and it hermied out on a couple other people. So that one never made the menu. But I still grew it out. I just fucking picked the bananas off and kept it aside. That shit was one of the best plants I've grown to date. And that thing never made it to the menu just because it fucking popped bananas. That sucks, right? But yeah, her shit's always fire. A lot of her stuff's got the purple Afghan kush in it, so it's got a lot of dark purple, if you want. There's green phenos too, but a lot of it's purple as fuck. Super frosty and dense. So if you're looking for yield, that's the way to fucking go.
What's up, Romy?
Cheers, Johnny.
What's up? Trying to get my second phone to my old phone since I got the library Wi-Fi here. I'm trying to connect it. And telling me I need to do shit to it before I do anything. Yeah.
Glad to have you tonight, brother.
Yes, that great show tonight, Seth. Awesome.
Thanks, Johnny.
You guys
You
knocked
get to
it out.
listen to me and my brother tell about that's how we grew up. It was all fucked up. It was fun, but all fucked up.
Yeah. There's some scary stories in there. They didn't sound fun.
Yeah, you guys were making me cringe, man. I was listening. I'm like, no, like in the same month, like no.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I remember that though, man. It seemed to go that way too, though. I remember I had a couple buddies too, like all of a sudden, whatever it was, it wasn't weed, but like if they got a, drunk driver or something, like bam, they got nailed like 2 weeks after the same fucking charge. It's like, dude.
Yeah, I got pulled over with a Stady before, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm going down hard. Guy comes out like a straight fucking new sheriff in town cowboy. He's like, boy, got out there and buried them soldiers. You know what I mean? Because I had roaches in the car, so he was calling the soldiers roaches. They're calling the roaches soldiers. So he made me go and dig a little hole with my fucking feet, like kick a hole and like put them in it, stomp them fucking under the ground, just so I wouldn't come back later for them. Or they make you dump it out and grind your feet all into it so you can't come back later and get the bud. You know what I mean? A fucking asshole.
You should have fucked with them and been like, that's how they come out of the ground in the first place, right?
Well, they just throw a bunch of seeds in the cut, so they just grow some plants later.
Yeah.
I had a cop actually one time try to break my bowl just so I wouldn't get charged with it.
I had a cop almost break my bowl over my fucking head, just so I would learn a lesson or something. I don't fucking know. That's the only time I got. All my charges were like dime bags or less, except for that one time I had a fucking dime bag and a pipe. My brother's always had the intent to distribute. That means he was just a little more stupid than I was. You know what I mean? But we both went down hard the whole time.
I got pretty lucky on my pullover when I had some really dang weed. I think I had it might have been between an eighth and a quarter ounce of it rolled up in the bag in the back with my bong. When I got something like that, I got pulled over for going too fast, which was stupid. And I was in between, what was it? Well, I was on my way down to San Diego. So anyways, when I got pulled over, there was two cops in the car. One of them was rifling through my car because he saw a bag. Oh, there's something back there. I need to get in there and look. I got probable cause. And so he jumps in my car and starts rifling through it. And he opened up the bag, and there's my bong with some beer. And my bag was in there, and it was in the back, all rolled up away from me where I couldn't even get to it, But that was good enough for them. And he took the bong and he crushed it on the side of the street. And he made me open up each one of the beers and pour them out. And then put the beers back in and put them back in the car because he didn't want that on the side of the road. And I said, well, what about my bong? I guess that didn't matter though. So what he did was he took that bag and he opened it up and smelled it. And he didn't even mention anything else about the weed. He sent me on my way with a speeding ticket. And he said, you have a nice night, young man. And I felt pretty lucky that I didn't get that on my record.
Well, you can go get your shit expunged or whatever, but am I going to get all the fucking money that I paid? Am I going to get that back? Or the fucking beatings, slapped around, dragged by the cops? Am I going to get like that taken back from the thing taken off my, you know what I mean? Like all over a goddamn some bud? That's fucked up.
Yeah, it is.
Even if you get those charges expunged, like my felony is in Illinois, when they pull me over, it still shows up on there that I had a felony for cannabis with intent to distribute, is what Illinois gave me. That 1,987 grams of stem, leaf, and debris.
Yeah, like my brother was saying, there's two different background checks. There's like a light one and a deep one. And there ain't no hiding shit. You think you get your record sealed and all that. No, all that fucking deep shit, they can see everything from day one.
But I do have to admit, though, I told the judge, hey, I'm coming from California. I'm going to Michigan, another medical state. He says, so you'll test positive? I said, I'll test positive for cannabis every time you give it to me. He goes, no, we're not even going to give you the test. You just go to Michigan and stay out of trouble.
Very good. I can do that.
One time I found myself fucking wilding out and got arrested. Had nothing to do with cannabis, but I was a medical patient. So the probation officer, she asked if, she said, like every probation meeting, she'd be like, so just cannabis? And I'd be like, yep. And like it was cool because I had my card, but it wasn't recreational yet. It was just medical. So it was weird to like be able to be on probation and smoke and tell your probation officer. After like, you know what I mean? Like flip the script a few years and like that happened. Well, flip the script 20 years and that happens.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's almost worth getting arrested again just so you can fucking smoke on probation. No, I don't recommend it.
Actually, Seth, oh, go ahead, Eagle.
I was gonna say that's not so true though, brother, because I got fucking arrested let's say probably about 7 years ago now, and I was a medical card holder and full carded caregiver at that point. And when I got ticketed and went to court, that in particular county hounded your fucking social media and watched you like a hawk. And cannabis, you couldn't use cannabis. They frowned on you being around it. They actually kind of wanted me to give up my caregivership. And I was like, so you're trying to tell, this was back then. I'm like, it's always been a pharmaceutical thing for me, because I have seen so many people in my family, my friends die from opiate addiction and stuff like that. I'm like, you want me to fucking make myself and other patients go back to the opiate system and possibly get fucking addicted and all of that mess that comes with that shit? It's bullshit. It's unfair. But yeah, in that county today, you are not fucking smoking if you get on probation there, medical card or not. You have to fight that shit.
Yeah, that stuff's crazy. Remember, just when I was talking in the show earlier, I was on parole and they were hounding me about spice. Like, I don't even know what spice is. So, like, I did end up on a probation later on in life, and same thing, like my brother was saying, I had the medical card, and they're like, so, and I'm like confused. I'm like, so I can actually really smoke weed and be on probation? I'm like, yeah, you can. And I was dumbfounded because just a few years ago, I had a parole officer yelling in my face like a drill sergeant that he's swearing to God I'm testing positive for spice, because that was the
the substitute to be able to smoke something that kind of, I guess, mimicked marijuana results, but in a much more negative way. So that was dangerous. Do you guys even know what spice is? Has anybody heard of this shit?
I've heard of it.
Yeah. It's pretty bad stuff. It's synthetically made cannabinoids that are way more potent than the regular ones. They try to get it right. You know, it is technically cannabinoids, but it's way over the top, you know. And there's a lot of other things. There's no quality insurance. So you could get a batch that barely has any in it, and then get a batch that has 2 or 4 times the amount that they tried to put on it. And then people, you know, can wind up in the hospital. There's been people that actually overdosed and died on it too. So
Yeah, I rolled up a huge blunt of it. And the one and only time I did it, I fucking rolled a huge blunt of it, and then I fucking in the parking lot of where I bought it from, and then me and my brother-in-law was smoking it on the ride, and I might as well have just drove right to Meth Mile and parked there and smoked it, because that's how I felt after. I felt like I was fucking tweaking. It was bad, so fucking paranoid. Like I don't know. I can definitely tell people like. In the hospital on that shit. That's just not safe at all. That's not even legal in Mass anymore.
Yeah, but at that one time it was legal, and people are using it as a substitute to be able to like get the high that they're used to, which was cannabis. And now they're on probation because they got caught smoking cannabis. So they can't obviously smoke it on their probation. So they're buying this spice shit. And like everybody that just thank God some people knew what it was, because it was really friggin' dangerous. Like my brother just said, felt like he was like having a heart attack on it. Sorry, I don't know what your name is.
Red Pill.
Red Pill. Yeah, you just explained that, you know, it's synthetically made. It's garbage. Yeah. It was very, very dangerous. And all these people are using it just so that they can pass their friggin' piss test at a probation office for using cannabis in the first place. Taking away their medicine, they had to find something else, and they gave them this option of the most dangerous thing probably on the planet. It's been banned everywhere. That's why hopefully there's a lot of people that don't know about it, because you're better off.
Yeah, even though it's one of the more milder ones, that's what I feel like with THCO. Because it's a synthetic cannabinoid that technically under the laws that they made to get rid of spice, that should also be illegal, but people are getting away with it because they say it's derived from hemp, because they start with CBD from hemp and then turn it to Delta 8 THC and then turn that into THCO. So it's kind of weird that people would even want it. I don't think they would want it if they knew that's the same shit that they put in spice.
You know, luckily, it seems like it's a fad that's passed, but I remember that fad. So
here's and welcome, Stoney.
Cheers, everyone. How's it going? Hey, great show tonight, guys.
Thank you. You know, when I was on probation for cannabis, I didn't smoke for a whole year. 4 times because of it. So that was 4 years of not smoking. And I was the only one that used to go up, piss in the cup, put it on the fucking thing with some dude in the room watching. And I was the only one that came out yellow. All my buddies, it was like a family reunion and shit in the fucking piss test. Find all my friends and family and shit in there. And everyone else was all watered down, and I'd see them all one by one get dragged off into another room and never to be seen again. You know? So at least I was smart about like that. Like at least when I'm in trouble, I stay out of trouble until I get off of trouble. Then I go right back into trouble again. But
or there was like Davey and his infamous Wizinator. Remember that thing?
Yeah, my buddy was all about making fake dicks so you can like fill them with like someone else's piss. You know what I mean?
For the black ones.
Like you can just quit. It would be a lot easier than walking around with a fake dick in your pocket and someone else is pissed.
Davy's Wizinator. I watched him actually go into a probation office and never come back, like you just said. Wizinator doesn't always work, Davy. Man.
You got to match the skin tone. It's the secret.
Yeah, he messed that part up or something.
When I was working at the normal chapter, we had a lady in California. We were trying to get her a job. And she had actually quit smoking cannabis for like 7-8 years. And she kept on failing her drug test. What she didn't tell us was that at one time she was over 400 pounds. And we asked her if, you know, ma'am, no, sorry to ask, but are you over 200 pounds? Because the product you're buying isn't strong enough for people with a bigger body weight. So we sent her the extra clean and she failed that one. And we said, wait a second, you know, we sent you like 4 different products and you only paid for one. We're trying to get you past your drug test, you know, and it's coming out of our pocket. Have you lost any weight? Well, yeah, I've lost like 200 pounds. And it's like, okay, the fat cells that you keep on losing are burning off all that old THC that you were smoking. And it was 7 years after she had stopped smoking, but because she had lost all that weight, she would kept on testing positive for THC, even with Ready Clean. But 2 extra Ready Cleans got her a test, got her a job.
You know, when I joined the military,
I was ready to hear this story.
Yeah.
That weight, she kept on testing positive for THC, even with Ready Clean.
Something's going on in the back.
Ready Clean's got her a test, got her a job.
You know, when I joined the military, kill that shit, son.
Yeah, this story. Yeah.
All right, so so when I joined the military, I fucking failed for smoking a blunt, and that shit cost me $20,000 right there. And then when I had to stop, and they like let me go back in, I had to pass a piss test first, like in my recruiter's office. So I stopped, and like the first like couple of weeks went by, and I went in the office and piss tested, and it came back dirty. So he's like, all right, come back in 2 more weeks. So now like a month went by, still I piss, and it's still in my system. Like fucking 4 months goes by, and I'm still pissing dirty. He's like, how much fucking weed did you smoke? And I was like, I've been smoked for fucking 25 years or some shit. I'm pissing out resin, I think. But yeah, I literally quit for fucking and 4 months later it was still coming out piss. A bad piss on it. Get this big fucking fatty, and I lost a goddamn lighter.
I definitely believe it. I knew someone that used the niacin back in the day, and they still pissed hot. So.
I had my union, they decided in the 90s they were going to do the piss test. So I quit. I had to. I mean, I was making good fucking money. I was running big jobs and shit. So I had to quit for shit. I think I quit for like 5-6 years. Then I decided to do it again. So I started doing it again because I wasn't getting called for the piss test. It was random. And so I hadn't got called, and I was like, fuck. I think they forgot about me. So I think about 6 months go by, and I get called for a test. I freaked out, and I ended up passing that one. I went to GNC and got this tea, which was fucking horrible. So I had to drink a gallon of this shit and not eat anything, and then drink water the entire time before I went there. Like I had to drink, I forgot how much water, but probably on the side to where I could have fucking died, you know, because I did feel like shit, but I passed the test nonetheless. So then I quit again because that kind of scared me. But once the company went down and shit, and then I was bouncing around from different companies and shit, looking for a new home, I just started doing it again. And one day I get pinched. And next thing I know, man, I'm in this office and I'm talking to a shrink and I'm taking these fucking tests. And for a year, I had to piss every month randomly. They'd call me, be like, you got to go. And I had to do it. If I didn't do it, you know, I'm throwing out a job making $100,000 a year easy at that time. So,
it sucked. And then finally I went and got a Whizzinator because our piss test, we don't have to, there was someone watching us. So I didn't have to pull out a big fake rubber cock or anything like that. But still, it was, it's still, you know, it's goofy, you know. And the last time I did it was I got back to work in 2016. I worked for a while. The company I worked for, it got slow because, you know, construction still was shit. So I got laid off and I got back on with another shop. So my first day or my second day of work, I had to go to a safety meeting for the job site. And during after the safety meeting, the guy hands out all these sheets and is like, you got to go take a piss test. And I'm like, now, at the time now, I'm living 90 something miles away. I didn't bring my Whizzinator shit with me, you know. And because when we get called for a piss test, I got 24 hours to take it. So if I got called today, I could go tomorrow, you know, so I'll be prepared for it. So now I'm like freaking out. And the guy's like, you cannot work unless this piss test is taken. So I'm freaking out. So I get back upstairs. I see my boss. I tell him some bullshit story that I had my kid got hurt or some shit or got sick at school. That's what it was. I have to go get her. So I took off, ran home 90 miles away, got the piss test shit, drove 90 miles back to the fucking one piss test place I could go to just to take the test, to come to find out the next day I never had to go take that test because we're tested through our fucking union. At that point, that's where I said, fuck this. I'm not doing it again. I went and got my medical card and I said, fuck it. If I got pinched again, I'm just bringing my medical card and say, this is what I'm doing. I'm not taking your fucking pills. And that's how I'm doing it. But luckily for me, they changed the rules as soon as it went recreational here in Illinois. Our union said, fuck it. We're not testing for marijuana anymore. So I got a brand new Whizzinator. If anybody needs one, let me know. I'll send it to you free.
Tony, I just want to say how unfair that is to send you for a drug test right after a safety meeting. Like, come on. Really?
Right. And how unsafe was that for me? Because I was doing 99 miles an hour from Chicago to Rockford and back from Rockford to Chicago. Yeah.
My buddy Davey got Black Friday sale going on right now. Lightly used Whizzanators.
No, these are brand new, man. They just come. It's just a pouch with a fucking tube that's sealed. You just heat it up and cut the fucking tube.
The one I saw had like a bladder that you kept like on your stomach or whatever, so it kept at body temperature.
Yeah, it gives you a waistband.
Yeah, it was yep. Yeah. That way, and then it had a tube that would run down to the fake dick or whatever.
Yeah, well, yeah, you could buy the fake dick if you wanted to and put that tube in it, or you could just. So yeah, I would put it in my side there, you know, and just had the tube. I just unzipped, pulled it out. I had a little fucking razor knife and cut it open. And
how shitty a job would that be to be the dude that has to look at dicks all day? Like, make sure you're whatever. Because they literally do, man. They stand there and they eyeball your shit, man. Make sure.
There was, they didn't do it for us. Every place I went was always women. So it was like, I'm like, you ain't fucking, you're not watching me, man. Yeah. And they didn't want to, you know.
The time I had to piss at the courthouse, man, oh boy was all up on my shit, man. He was fucking making sure nothing was going on. I'm like, all right, good luck, buddy. Damn.
You want to shake that thing for me?
Yeah. I was walking out of there. I'm like, how shitty is that for a job? Like, you got to walk in and look at everybody's dick.
Hey, if I had someone hovering over me like that, like a dude, I'd just look at me like, are you going to propose or what, man? Like,
I'd eye shot him with it, man.
Yeah, it was like a private bathroom, like a one stall bathroom, the one I went into, and then there was like a gate that, like a door or window that fucking slid up, and he'd be like looking at your shit, and then he'd slide it down.
Oh man, mine had about 10 dicks lined in the room with the guy watching it all at once. You know what I mean?
Ooh, he was a talented dick watcher.
Well, they didn't just give you the close the door and put the, shut off the water and put blue dye in the toilet.
No, this was a mass pissing the ones that I was going to.
Yeah, you couldn't put shit in the toilet because it would change colors. So
Yeah,
they put a
have
dye in the toilet, turn off the sink or whatever, so you can't like run the water on. At one point though, too, I remember back in the day, you didn't need any of those like additives. Like I remember those like golden seal was the first thing I ever heard of, but most of the tests back in the day, when I was like a teenager and probation or whatever, just if you just drank enough water, would flush it all out. As long as you did it consistently up to a few hours before, like somebody else mentioned earlier, it makes you feel almost kind of sick drinking that much water, but it would work. Now they have a diluted test so they can see if there's too much water in your system, and that's crazy. And temperature check, so you can't really like easily just bring in the Wizenators without having those body controlled. Yeah, it's crazy just how much technology is making it harder. Hopefully eventually one day we just don't even have to worry about this. There's no more friggin' drug tests for marijuana. Like that's the goal. And I think we're pretty close to it. I've noticed a big decrease in, being asked to take a piss test for marijuana. That's coming from somebody who's taken a lot of tests in my day. So hopefully more, very much less in the future.
I had a buddy ask me, like, his girl, he needed his girl to take a piss test. I mean, a piss in the container for him for work. Like Stoney was saying, he needed to pass a test for work, but he couldn't stop smoking. But his girl was pregnant, and he's like, "Do you think that's gonna fuck the test up?" And I said, "Well, they're not checking if you're gonna have like a fucking." If you're pregnant or not, they're just checking for clean urine. So I think it'll be fine. So he just did it, and he used pregnant lady's piss the whole time, and he passed every time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Totally Cheech and Chong shit right there, though, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, my ex did that for a guy at work because she's also an electrician. So some guy had to go, and he was freaking out. So he gave her a sandwich bag, and she's like, "Man, I'm like fucking 4 months pregnant, He's like, "I'll take my fucking chances." He passed with flying colors, man. So
there's a premium on pregnant piss. It's kind of hard to say. Premium on pregnant piss. Premium pregnant piss.
There you go. That's a good one.
Cambodian breast milk.
We have to properly welcome Meow Flower and SoCal to the show. Cheers, Meow Flower, SoCal.
Cheers, guys.
Morning. Fuck you, SoCal.
Yeah, fuck you too, brother. Fuck everybody. So,
cheers, brother.
I had to jump in here. I've been listening on, hanging out in the chat. I found a surefire way to do the piss test when they're not watching you. So there's a certain amount of piss that they want. That turns out that it's about the same size, same volume as a little hand sanitizer. So what you do, if you're worried about passing that test and somebody's not going to be watching you, you have somebody else piss in that sanitizer bottle and you use saran wrap. Saran wrap that to your thigh right next to your nuts. That keeps it at body temperature. You go in, you don't even have to remove the thing from your thigh. You can actually just kind of tip the bottle into the cup. And you're home free. I did it 3 days back to back when I was looking for a job back in like 2015. 3 days in a row, and it worked all 3 times. And I was high as a motherfucker when I took all 3 tests.
Hopefully soon that we don't have to worry about these tests anymore. That's, I think, the end goal, but that's a cool tip. Thank you.
Yeah, I had an opportunity when I got a DUI to have to go through a period where I had to piss all the time, every time I came in, because they found 0.005 nanograms of marijuana in my system. And they said, "Oh, you're a user, or you ate it." And I looked at him and I said, "Man, I don't do that." I said, and I did, but I hadn't done it for like 8 months because I knew I was going to have to go to this point, So I stopped using at that point, but it didn't matter. It was still in my system. And they ended up doing that. But so how I got away with mine was I went and I picked up some stuff called Minuteman, and I picked it up in Vancouver, Washington, and they had it at the head shops over there, and you could get that. And it was actually dehydrated urine. It had heating crystals in it, and it would literally heat it right up to 28 degrees. So it was perfect. And
I sold that, Johnny.
Did that shit there?
Yeah. There's also another product called Stealth that came in 2 little vials, and it would actually heat the sample up a little bit more too. But it took THC and turned it into sugar. But that Minuteman, basically you had a bottle with a temperature strip on it.
Yep.
And they told you to keep it down by your nuts or underneath your arm when you went in to keep it kind of warm. And then you just pour that powder in, shake it up, pour it right into the fucking cup.
Yep.
Synthetic urine.
Good news, you passed your test, sir, but bad news is you got fucking diabetes.
I remember one time they upped the ante on me. They were like, you know what? Fuck all your piss tests. We're going to give you a hair follicle test this time. And I was like, oh, shit. Ain't no hiding that stuff. You know what I mean? So the only logical thing that I could think of was I'm going to fucking just smoke a blunt on the way to take the test, because that's how hard we go over here. You know what I mean? And you know what? I stopped. Before I left, I grabbed some of that fucking cheap ass like LA Looks hair gel or whatever that fucking junk brand shit is. Lathered it all up on my fucking hair when I actually had it. And they took a piece off and I fucking passed that test. I smoked every day and on the way there. So props to the fucking hair gel out there if you guys are looking for any tips on that too. Maybe it was because of all the alcohol they have in that old shit or whatever.
Please just apply it to your hair. Do not drink the hair gel.
Yes.
Dude, I would have rolled in there like a fucking Olympic swimmer with not one a fucking piece of hair on my entire body. I would have bathed in there.
That happened to a lawyer in Cleveland. He showed up for court. He had no eyebrows, totally shaved head, no chest hair, no arm hair.
So they pulling out of your fucking ear or some shit.
Up out of your nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit.
Sorry, you missed this one by your butthole down here. We got you.
Yeah, no, it would be time to spend the money in there and get the butthole waxed.
You know, I just was face down, ass up a couple weeks ago.
You can beat the follicle test by bleaching your hair. Actually destroys all the cells in your hair. Will actually help you with the follicle test.
No. Did you just hear him? He said he was face down, ass up.
I just walked into this conversation like I stepped away for a few minutes, and this is what I rolled into just saying. So I'm dying laughing right now because I have no idea where the conversation went over the last 5 minutes while I was away. I walk into Miranda Family Farms, is face down, ass up.
Well, I was going to say, I'm face down, ass up because I got my fucking nerves melted in my back. So they make you all face down, ass up on the table. And it was weird because, like, well, every time I have any procedure done on my back, it's my lower back. So for some reason, my pants are off. They have a gunny on and my whole asshole is hanging out. I don't understand why. They could cover it with a towel, but they don't. The whole room's full of people. And then, but this time they had like fucking, what the hell was it? It was like some old 90s hip hop songs on a radio in there, and everyone was like dancing around and shit. It was fucking weird. Cause like usually in an operating room, it's quiet. You know what I mean? And everyone the place was popping off. And I don't know, it was just, it felt like it wasn't a good spot to be laying face down, ass up the way the atmosphere
Oh man,
was.
this is
And they're working
Kelly,
on
I
the
don't
nerve
see
endings and
nothing
like
wrong.
burning them off. That sounds like it's painful as hell.
Yeah,
Does it hurt to have
feels
them
like it
burn off
sounds.
your nerve endings?
No, it's in paperwork and like in theory, if you melt your nerve endings, then your brain's not receiving the signal to tell you that there's pain down there. But in reality, I've already had this done before and it doesn't do shit. And like your nerves, it's almost like when you fucking prune your roots, they fucking just top themselves and come back. They grow back. So it's not like it's doing anything. I just want to be fixed. I just want to go back to work like a normal fucking person.
Yeah, Doc, I don't know what it is, but that procedure makes my asshole hurt for days afterwards.
Actually, yeah, because I get wheelchaired out of there after I walked in and got wheelchaired out. My asshole all puckered.
Now you know why they were dancing beforehand, man. They were getting ready to party.
You know, this is a more war stories right here. So I used to go to physical therapy.
Wait, can I ask you a question real quick, Miranda Feeling Forms? Was there at any point a sleeper hold performed?
Do you remember a rag with a funny smell?
But anyway, I was so I'd go to physical therapy and I'd they would
no
do all
sleeper
kinds
hold,
of, no sleeper hold. But they do different things for physical therapy shit. And like the last resort thing that they did was they had this big fucking dude, big-handed motherfucker named Lance, some old dude, literally fucking pull my pants down, lather his hands up with some sort of fucking Vaseline and start rubbing fucking my lower back. And I'd leave there with all kinds of jelly in my ass crack and shit. And it was so humiliating. It didn't fix anything. I was like, you know what? Fuck all this. I ain't ever going back.
What was his name again?
How was that fixing anything?
His name was
Lance, man. That's scary in itself. I am
big-handed Lance.
Right,
Yes.
there's be a nightmare.
Wait,
Hey, man,
I
I feel kind of like fucking my fucking foot hurts. So somebody punches you in the gut. You don't feel your stomach or your foot anymore, do you? That sounds like what the doctor did there.
I don't know. It sounds like to me that Miranda needs a new dentist.
Oh yeah.
I know what you're talking about, dude, because I got the same problem with my lower back. I've had it for over 30 fucking years. And I'm suffering actually from it at this very moment. Actually, I'm better now. Last couple of weeks have been really fucking bad. But yeah, I went there, man. They rub that shit on you.
Doctor. I lied to the doctor because they're like, what do you take for pain medicine? And they expect me to have some big list of pills. And I'm like, cannabis. But in reality, cannabis doesn't help with pain. It doesn't at all. Cannabis helps with like depression and like Captain's saying, it's all head shit. But like, it ain't gonna fix your fucking like a heart problem or fucking my back broken or a fucking, you know what I mean? It ain't gonna do that. It might get your mind off of it a little, but the pain's always there.
Yeah.
But we gotta still lie to the doctors and pretend it helps, so they don't. You know what I mean? So they at least think cannabis is good.
Okay,
so Miranda, you know that pain that you get in your back every time you take that step, whatever leg it is. I have that with every step I take with my right leg. That pain doesn't go away. They burn out the nerves. It feels a little bit better for a couple weeks, and you know, you still hurt.
Yeah, I'm blessed with a third leg. They actually call me tripod, so that actually brings a little weight off the back. You know what I mean?
But I went into a doctor here in Ohio to try to help get some relief because I haven't been on any type of medication except for cannabis now for over 3 months. And, oh, you take cannabis? Nope, out the door. You take cannabis, go out the door. That's all I get. I quit going to the fucking doctors.
Same.
Because I'm not going to stop smoking cannabis. And they want, here in Ohio, they actually want you to fucking take a piss test. And I'm like, I've been taking a gram of RSO a day. You're going to make me take a piss test.
I don't need a piss test. I can tell you the content. THC, 29%.
Just hand her the syringe. Say, here, try that stuff, because that's what you're going to get right out of me.
Yeah.
Great morning, Greenthirteen.
Morning, Green.
What's up? What's up? 420 takeover.
Yeah.
Was that today? That's today? Oh, yeah, Wednesday. It is your Wednesday. I keep fucking that up. Like, I thought it was Wednesday, but it is your Wednesday. Gotcha.
It's your Wednesday as well, though, isn't it? It's after midnight. Yeah.
Not till I go to sleep, though. Right?
What was that you were showing us there, Greenthirteen? No, the flower.
Oh, gelato. That's how I start my day.
Lotto every time.
She's a pretty chunky
Yeah.
girl.
What number?
It's up. It would be it's a copy, but it would be a 41 copy.
Okay.
Yeah, so it tastes of like strawberry milkshake. But gelato, really, but that kind of side of things. Mm-hmm. The sort of milky, creamy, strawberry, fruity.
I just ripped this big ass thing this whole time and then forgot about the fucking giveaway. Is there even like people in the chat?
There's like 12 or so.
Oh, someone's gonna get a fucking good someone's gonna
put
get
your numbers 1 through 10 in the chat.
There's only 10 people in the chat.
There's only 7 people in the chat.
Holy shit. I'll jump in.
Yeah, there's more on the panel now.
Are you being serious?
No.
No. 58. The 58. Early risers.
Shit, no, they heard Green13's doing the 420 takeover. The number's been going up ever since that came out.
Or the opposite.
Who's hitting the dislike button?
Yeah, don't forget to do the giveaway. That was the whole point of me doing the show tonight, just to get on the wormhole to give away a pack of seeds. Do it, man.
Come on.
So this one's Maureen's mustache. We got a story behind that one we'll save for a different date. This one's Martian Punch Bowl crossed with Jesus OG.
Maureen a boy or a girl?
Gooey Musk. Red pill.
What's your
nose.
interview, dude? Yeah. Was Eagle rough on you? Or was he all right?
It's a good one, man.
You're gonna have to go back.
I just started watching it a minute ago.
I just want to say Maureen must have a pretty impressive mustache. That's all I want to say.
You know these all have an inside joke on them, right?
You just don't get a strain name after you unless you got a pretty impressive stash. I don't know.
Maureen was that
imagination however you like.
She got tied up for $20 by her own son, big crackhead. So we got to give Maureen some love. She was tortured as a fucking mom. It's a bad story. Shout out to Maureen. This one's
she did have a mustache.
She did too. This one's Afghu Overdrive crossed with the Elon's Musk.
And she did get tied up from her son for $20 because he was a crackhead.
Sherman's Pants. It's a skunk #1 cross with Jesus OG.
I got that pack too.
It's a legendary bike seat.
Oh yeah, that's a hitter there.
This one's the one I'm smoking tonight. two soups. The Zinger crossed with peanut butter and jelly.
So is this all for one giveaway, Miranda?
This is all for one giveaway. Someone's getting 7 packs, all 5
Holy
seeds,
shit.
all regular.
Oh, damn.
Lose lunch. This one's Jesus
Damn.
OG crossed with actually no, this one's Jesus OG crossed with peanut butter and jelly. 2 soups was Zinger crossed with peanut butter and jelly. Yeah.
Two Soups was named just because of the fact that's for everybody that had to do time over this plant.
This one's Seesaw.
And is still fucking doing it.
Seesaw is for everybody that didn't have a playground to play around. Didn't get to go on big vacations as a kid.
Yeah.
We built an imaginary land called Funville. And there was a fucking seesaw that we built with a rotten log and a fucking couple of 2x4s going across it. And that was our fucking little imaginary place in my mom's backyard that we fucking thought was some sort of amusement park. We were building this on like little fucking kids because we couldn't go to Disney World. Like we go back to school. They like, what do you do for what did you guys do for summer vacation? Everyone's like, oh, we went here and there. And we're like, fuck, we went nowhere because we're poor ass motherfuckers. So we went to Funville and we built it, and it was fucking a bunch of shit. It's pathetic. My dad used Funville against us up until his last breath.
So yeah, Seesaw is basically just our little inside joke.
So we got a 7-pack bundle, another 7-pack bundle. So we're gonna have 2 fucking winners, and we're gonna go all out. We're doing one more. No, this one's Mr. Spliff's Crocodile Eye and Sunset Subsonic Sherb. Someone's gonna get both of those.
Got the girl crawling behind me.
These all have to be U.S. residents only, motherfuckers.
Oh, come on. That's racist, man. Yeah.
Come on.
Sorry.
Right.
I only ship in the U.S. because I'm fucking, like we were saying earlier.
You're
we've
closer to me than you are to them.
Been cuffed so many times, I'm not shipping out of the damn U.S.
What if
I was
shipping?
nervous sending to New Mexico just because it said Mexico in it.
Show them how to post.
New England, it's the same as England. Come on.
Johnny, you got to be my secretary because I can't see chat. So I ain't going to I don't have a pen and paper, so I ain't going to know who won. So you got to write it down for me. Fuck this up.
Hugo, can I jump the chat and jump back?
Yeah.
Can I use your address, Captain? Yeah.
Hold on, guys. No, I'm doing it.
Hey, Captain, the best technique for that is to wait until the number is chosen and then jump in the chat.
Yeah, but I ain't going to be a dick like that.
We have had some weird shit like that, dude. We have had some weird shit like that. What was the number? 187?
173.
Was it?
Yeah. That's the running joke still. I seen it earlier tonight too.
Did you?
All right, we got one.
Okay,
65
so what do we
times 4, that's 130, 260, 0 to 260. That sounds fair. That's a 1 in 4 chance of winning. Everybody cool with that?
All right,
this one's going to be for the 7-pack.
Let me get some particulars. For the 7-pack that you're giving out right now, what are you going to call this? Bunch number 1?
Sure. Gift basket number 1.
Yeah.
Well, which one of you guys are going to pick that lucky number and put it in the Zoom chat for verification purposes?
I say red pill.
Okay, I'll try it.
No twist in the arm there.
What are the numbers going up to?
270.
270.
Or 260, that was the number. 260.
Okay.
260.
And you guys got, I can't see the chat. So you guys got to call out the name, whoever wins it, so I can write it down. All right, have we said
no,
go?
It's doing the thing where it doesn't pull up the where I want to type on. Okay, I got it.
Okay, now everybody in the panel here, do not sound out the number.
You guys got the number?
I see it. You guys got a minute and a half. Minute and a half from the time you see start. Good luck to you guys. You get one guess only. Multiple guesses will get you disqualified. Starting now. Cheers and good luck, everybody. Thank you, Miranda Family Farms, for and Jeremiah Miranda for the giveaway tonight.
I'm gonna get this out tomorrow, but it's probably gonna get stuck in the postal scene for fucking no mail on Thursday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's a long weekend.
So close and so close.
So what were those packs again, Miranda?
It's 7 packs. Bike seat, 2 soups, seesaw, Maureen's mustache, Sherman's pants, Lou's lunch, gooey musk.
So you said US only too, right?
US only. They're all 5 packs, regular seeds.
Unless you know a jumper, friend.
Feel left out. Feel very left out.
Yeah.
Do me and you have this conversation now, Greenthirteen? This is terrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine that. Just feel like left out. Yeah.
They take our language.
Yeah, we don't get
language.
this Thanksgiving. This is Thanksgiving.
Take our big penises.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Who
guys.
sent you the seeds in the first place? Yeah.
Another day, I guess.
Who wants coffee?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I got a hot one ready.
And I pulled out an extra dark brew for tonight on accident. That shit is strong.
Dude, I am so good at giving shit up. Whenever I've got a thing I don't want, I can just give it up. But coffee, damn. When it gives you that headache and then you drink one and it's like, oh, that was
nice.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's funny. I'm sitting here waiting for this fucking clock to run down. I guess I could put stop in chat. We're not going to wear down this hour and a half instead of a minute and a half. I'm like, man, that fucker's dragging on. Holy shit.
Yeah. It's been what, 2-3 minutes now? Yeah.
You guys have till 20 to enter your numbers.
This contest will be for an hour and a half, plenty of time. 0 to 260. Let's see if we can get a winner in here.
Exact number only.
The number.
Shit, that's fucking.
Have you called Stop Eagle? Yes.
Yeah, I think it's Jeff that's won. 67.
Yep.
Number was 69. Any dispute there?
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jeff's not in the U.S. though.
Oh, he's not.
That's Australia. That's allegedly down under or Right.
Yeah,
Allegedly.
Then it would be DLP with 72, I think.
It's like a 69, but 3 more.
So the numbers.
Why do we have to be put in this awkward situation? You guys knew the rules.
I've tried to pick the funniest number. I thought people would understand my humor and be obvious as all hell.
Dude, that was the number I was picking. Weird as fuck, man. The numbers are weird on this show.
You guys are vibing tonight.
DLP won it? Yes.
Not sure that's the way.
Who's the 6 and who's the 9? Huh, Smile?
I. Did DLP win this? Yes.
I'm older than you. I'll be the 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll aspire to be the 9 someday. 9's my favorite number.
Right. I like 3, but that's not going to work here.
So, how do we work that? Maybe one of them will. Chat's going, maybe somebody can pass them on.
Let chat do it. Whoever won it, pass it on to someone in chat.
Well, no, Jeff won.
No,
Won.
And have someone else send it to him who isn't Miranda. Someone in chat send it to him.
There you go.
Started to turn into a project, guys. I never send out of the US.
Brother, don't worry about it. It's not even like that. It's totally cool. We're only teasing you. It's often that way. And like, if those guys want to sort it, they certainly can. So it's totally cool. Thank you very much.
It's the same for us sending out there now anymore. It's all fucked up. It's such amount of red tape that they ask you for. You've got to bring in proper ID. You've got to have it, like, you know what I mean?
Right.
You know, you have to know exactly what's in the package as well. You can't say, well, at the desk, like, you know, you have to have your.
There's 2 boxes of Thai seed out there someplace.
It's super unfortunate that it's that tough to just ship overseas at this moment. And, you know, hopefully this all comes to pass at some point. But at this moment, yeah, there's too many legalities and just red tapes. You got hoops to jump through. It's not worth it. So apologies to everybody that's outside the U.S. for Miranda Family Farms.
It's a hell of a win. It's a hell of a win.
Yeah, it is.
So who ended up winning?
I'm still trying to figure that out. I haven't gotten there.
We put Johnny on the scene, so we need some
I don't know,
time.
man. If you said U.S. only and Jeff's in Australia, then that would have been DLP.
Yeah.
Jeff had numbers below, and DLP was 3 numbers above it.
All right. Well, let me be the first one to congratulate DLP then, the winner.
Well, then, congratulations, DLP. You just won yourself a pack from Miranda Family Farms.
A worthy winner.
Congratulations.
Have no fear. We have another pack. We get to do this all over again.
Johnny, you ready?
I am.
Wait, we need to have someone pick a number again. You want to be red pill?
Yeah,
someone else?
Up to 280 this round. We got 70 in chatter. One just dropped out, but I'm still going with 70. 70 times 4 is 280. 1 in 4 odds.
Should I pick another number or someone else?
Jeremiah, why don't you pick this one? There's down at.
Wait, I got to do work.
Oh, you know what? You're on the computer. I'm not sure.
I can barely hear you, Johnny, actually.
Is that right? I said you're on a computer. You can hardly, I'm not sure how that works on the computer. As far as using our chat, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, just pass it to somebody else. I'd rather not do it. Just because I'm I'm related to Seth, so I just don't want to be part of the giveaway at all.
Captain, why don't you throw a number out there then?
I don't want anybody to call like unfairsies or anything. Yeah, so just leave me out of it.
All right.
I got it.
You got it?
There it is. There it is, guys.
All right.
Verifying now. All right, guys. Got a minute and 11 seconds to fucking get this one. As soon as you see start, numbers from 0 to 280. Good luck, guys. Thank you again, Miranda Family Farms, for the.
And Miranda Family Farms. What is this group of them? Is this the?
This is another pack. The same thing. Another pack of seven.
Okay,
seven packs. The same one.
Bunch number 2 then. Okay, cool.
Same deal, U.S. only too.
So, U.S. only.
One guess only. Unless you see somebody else pick your numbers and they were before you, then you need to pick a different one. That's okay. Isn't that right? I think that's something right.
I gotta put that one name on the fucking list there. Crazy people doing stuff. It's not out on. It's not. Well, it's now on the shout outs list. They were not. So it's not.
Yeah,
that's a long name, man. That's a good name. Crazy people doing stuff.
Yeah. He was
fucking hell, Eagle. You are rolling in the shout outs these days. Jesus Christ. Sound like you're fucking bidding for sheep.
Well, if I ever need to be an auctioneer, it's good to know I'm fucking practicing now. Guys, that was the beeper for the minute and 11 seconds. Who we have there, guys?
You got number
person you just wrote down on the list, actually, because it was 98. Was 101 was the number, but crazy people doing stuff guessed 98. So.
Wicked. That's fucked.
That's funny.
What?
But that's why you said it and wrote it down, because I thought you knew the number they picked. But
no, I just happened to notice. I didn't even notice the number, to be honest with you. I just noticed the name and thought, that one's not on the list.
So crazy. Is that it?
That's hopefully they're in the U.S. Yeah. No, that's not why I said it.
Congratulations. You just won yourself a pack. Happy Thanksgiving.
Crazy people winning seeds, more like it.
Yeah.
That's great. Crazy coincidence is what that is.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
That's Captain 420's alt, isn't it?
That's really coincidence.
This one
Cheers.
is the subsonic sherb and the crocodile eye. Both, I think they're 5 packs. What are they? I never even opened one. So you would know, Eagle. Are they 5 packs in there?
No, they're 10 packs.
Oh, there you go. So there's 2 10 packs from Mr. Split. Compliments of Mr. Spliff.
One I'm growing looking nice. Unfortunately, it wasn't the seed. When I was the cubes I used when I did that. That was the bad germination I had that round, but it had nothing to do with the seeds. But the plant that I had, the one that I had left, is a female, and she's a pretty girl. Pretty girl. Crocodile eye. I guess I'll show you guys while we're doing the thing there. 74 watching. So what is that? That's what? 280, 296, something like that.
292. Yeah.
No. Go. 292, 0 to 292. Who's gonna pick this number?
I'll throw one up there.
That's the spirit.
That's what she said.
Yes. This is a crocodile right here. Crocodile eye. This girl has not been topped. She has bent like a well-used fucking whatever. I have definitely manipulated and bent her to try to control height a little bit. But yeah, this is from seed. As you can see, man, the internodal spacing and fucking branching is fucking just stellar on this crocodile eye. So this is what's in that
bullying,
right
man. Fucking bullying.
Yeah, I've always
a nice looking plant.
Great luck with all the Mr. Spliff strains that I've grown. Elon's Musk, that was the one I was smoking earlier. Yeah, does a great job.
Hey, did you guys get the number?
I seen it.
All right.
I'm gonna go ahead and put start in chat. You guys, same thing within the U.S. One guess only. You guys have 1 minute and 11 seconds to guess this one. Good luck to you guys. Starting now.
Now, good luck. Bam.
I did have a bit of news to share in regards to the DOA strain. If all parties are still fine, consent about it, I can do a feminized version of them. If anyone
would you get?
Wouldn't have a problem with that.
You've been chemistry shopping.
More like real estate shopping.
That's good.
Yeah.
So is that your way to telling us you're coming to Michigan, Red Pill?
Yes. Yep. Got to come to Michigan.
That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is.
For reals?
Yeah. Yeah.
Boom.
Look forward to it.
I know some good people there in Michigan.
Yeah.
They're all right over there.
Might be after the first. Might not be before the first. We'll see. But 1st of January, that is.
Let me know. I'll cut you some clones. I'm sure everybody else will too.
Yeah.
Take care and control it.
Sweet.
So that was stop. Let's see here. Flip through chat.
I want to move to Michigan. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I want some clones cut. Come on.
And then in February is the regenerative conference there, Red Pill.
Yeah. I'll be able to make that for sure.
Well, you better. I got your ticket.
Okay.
And I've got a few more I think we'll give away here as time goes on too, Eagle.
Nice.
That's regenerative in itself.
Mm-hmm.
So was it 125? The number was 133. And I think by my accounts, the closest one is Wrigley. Sorry, Bradley. That what you guys are seeing?
Brady Ridgely.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? I think I tagged him.
Yeah.
Spell that for me.
Yeah, he is 125. Yeah, Brady Ridgely, 125.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Greenfingers changed his about 7 times, but he had 134 on there.
He obviously wasn't trying to win it if he put multiple guesses in.
All right. So what's his last? Spell the last part of that, Bradley. I got
know the rule.
Brady or Bradley?
Three fingers.
Brady. Brady.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Ridgely. RIDG. Ridge. LEY. Brady.
Brady.
Like Tom Brady.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Now
all the winners can email me at Marana Feeling Farms or reach me on MirandaFeelingFarms@gmail.com or DM me on Instagram, Miranda Feeling Farms. Once I get your address, I'll have these right out.
What's your discount for the Black Friday sale, Miranda?
So it's 20% off the feminized, and it also comes with the Jilly glue. She wanted all the distributors to carry the Jilly glue for the Black Friday thing, but only like a handful of them have them.
Have you grown that out yet?
No, I'm gonna start those next, but I just wanted to finish off my harvest. I have one fucking plant left, so I'm gonna be able to clean out the room tomorrow. I have more plants that are in flower, but they kind of just went into flower. But I need to get the other shit out of there so I can like do a deep. I'm gonna move everything out, do a deep clean, and then I'm gonna start those.
Cool.
Crickets. Coming up on that 420. You guys ready?
Yeah, I got mine loaded up.
I'm going to go and get my rig.
Man, it's been a minute since we've seen Greenthirteen with the rig.
Yo, guys, I think the Elon Musk is kicking in pretty hard. I think I'm going to bounce out. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Brother.
Talk to y'all soon.
Jeremiah, it's cool.
Hold on, Jeremiah. It was awesome meeting you tonight.
Happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Yep.
You too, one, brother. Hopefully we can pop in if you'd like on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'll pop in here and there. You guys, I'll see you soon. Thank you. Yep. Good night.
Peace out.
Good night.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving, Eagle? Are you doing like an all-day thing or just a early night thing or regular?
I think I'd probably just let it run all day. Be back and forth and whatever. I may not be sitting here the whole time, but it probably just let it run. As long as there's some people on here, fucking let it roll. Probably same as last year, open it up to everybody at some point for a few hours and let them hang out. And then take it back to, we've got to break it up. Can't do the 24 hours constant. It's got to be broke up into a minimum of 2 shows. 3 works out best. You can start it off and basically run it for 8 hours, shut it down, take quick breaks, start up another one, open it up to the public for 8, shut it down, and then open it up to just past guests again for the full 20 out. 24 is usually how it kind of works. That'll probably be what goes on.
Shit, if that's the case, keep your eyes peeled for when I hop on sometime during Thanksgiving, and I'm gonna have more to give away.
Shit, right on, man.
I'm gonna hop out too, because I know the wife's gonna be up soon, so I gotta pretend I've been sleeping this whole time. So I'm peacing out.
Yep.
Cheers, Seth.
Make sure you reach out to me, winner, so I can get your shit out as soon as possible. You don't want to be sitting on these. Get them out, get them wetted, throw them in the soil. Happy growing, happy Thanksgiving.
And watch out for that.
Thank you again. Look at Red Pill. 3 minutes away from the fucking 420. Just cleaning it out, eh?
Yep.
And burn it.
Why not, right? Yeah, that's needs a refill again.
Damn.
Hey guys, I'm going to jump out of here. I'm going to get tired. So I will see you guys on the next one. Eagle, fuck you. Everybody else in the panel, fuck all of you guys.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck you.
No problem, man. Fuck off.
It's
Okay.
4:18.
Cal.
It's
What's that?
4:18.
2 minutes.
Yeah, wait.
All right. I'll hang out for 2 minutes, but I'm feeling like shit. So.
All right. I'm just giving you shit, man.
Hey,
Everybody was dropping right before the 20.
yeah,
No, my doctor put me on all these meds to try to regulate my shit, and it's kicking my ass. So.
Don't mind me then, brother. Hope you're safe and well.
That'll be all right. So anyway, fuck all you guys, and see you guys on the next one.
Always good to see you, bro.
All right, so out tonight, and fuck you.
Right? Fuck you. You can leave a minute before, fucker.
He was so close to just seconds. Seconds.
No, man. I bet though. I've had that where the fucking meds kick in that they give you, and it's like, yeah, you're done.
That's why I don't take them. Fuck those things. Hate them.
We'll smoke one for me. This one's for you, SoCal.
I just got done taking one inside the head for him.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Blast off. Cheers, everybody.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Is he gonna play? Or did you freeze?
Yes.
I was gonna say.
It's buffering. Buffering. Shit, he broke out the e-nail and all. He's all right. We haven't seen that piece in a minute. I don't think we've seen that piece.
This is the best thing I've ever hit, man. This thing is amazing. It's fucking perfect. I smashed one recently and had to get this.
What's this new?
Was that the red one?
No, I sold that. Yeah, it was worth too much money. I was like, oh.
You little beauty.
You got to take a couple of hits out of it, though, right?
I enjoyed it for ages, and then I was suddenly like, oh, I think this might be at the end of its period with me. I'm going to move it on whole.
Cheers, Greenthirteen. You are officially now the 420 takeover host. Thank you, my friend.
Boom. My wife was like, do you want me to do you a jingle? No. It's the 420 takeover.
Well, man, I'll be one of the first ones to dip out tonight. I gotta get up early and make sure I meet up with another fellow weed nerd. Dirt Breakdown tomorrow. I'm gonna fucking meet up with him and probably have a little bit of lunch, pass some clones, hope some Columbia 13 flour, and say get that handshake. I love meeting people firsthand. It's always fun, so looking forward to that. He's coming back from northern Michigan. He went up past me, way up past me, and he's hit me up on the way back. So looking forward to that.
You mean there's a past you up there? Holy shit, that's up there, I've been there.
Next stop, Canada.
That's what I thought was next, was Canada.
I think it's the lake. Gotta be a lake in between there someplace.
Very watery, that's for sure.
Yes.
It is right around me. I've got actually I'm in the middle of fucking 2 pretty good sized lakes. I've got a decent sized river within a half mile of me, and lots of water around me. Not a bad place to be.
It's beautiful up there, man. You guys ain't been up there, man. I guarantee you go up there, you're gonna love it. I don't know about wintertime so much, but summertime. I mean, unless you're a snowmobiler.
I was about to say, I bet it's nice with the sunshine on it.
It wasn't actually, that weekend wasn't too bad. Just was a little bit of rain that one day on Saturday, I think. And then once it stopped, man, it was like everything dried up within that whole parking lot. Do you remember that, Eagle? Were you there for that when it rained? I mean, that whole thing was completely like a fucking lake. And I'm like, holy shit, this is horrible. And it dried up within like an hour. It was gone. And then another hour, everything was back to dirt. It was crazy.
That was one time I was hoping. I usually don't. I'm not a picture person. I do like to get snapshots one-on-one. But if I don't, like, not expecting a photo, I'm not like being at photos, especially if they're just me. But that was the one day I was hoping somebody would have grabbed a pic, and that's because of the mud. That day when it fucking poured rain, it did dissipate pretty quick. We got a lot of sand up here, but I actually said fuck it. I had flip flops on, bare feet, flip flops. Yeah, and I was walking down that road, and water was actually flipping up straight behind me, ching, ching, with every fucking flip. And I got tired of it, and I fucking took them off and fucking threw them in my backpack and was barefooting it through all the fucking puddles and shit. And of course,
I remember
my legs, the top of my feet are all the ripped skin with the bones coming out. You know what I mean? And that would have been a fucking good pic with coming out of that murky water with just like the bloody feet or the bony feet. I was like, man, this would have been a good photo for these fucking tattoos. But
yeah, I thought you were talking about at first like a picture of the water. I'm like, man, I think I got a picture of that water up, or at least part of it. But no, you wanted the tattoo, yeah. No, I remember you walking up. That's when I first seen you, the first time we met in person, and I was like, holy shit, it's Eagle. And I seen you had your flip flops in your hand. You're just cruising through the water and the puddles and shit. It's like we were all that way.
What, man? That fucking shit came to bite me in the ass later that day because they had to have been that water because I went barefoot through all them puddles. I was like, fuck it, man. It is what it is. I don't care about getting wet. And then later in the night there, it was like little biting ants or some shit came out, and they were just hitting my fucking ankles. And I'm guessing that be me because it was all fucking covered from the muddy water or whatever. But yeah, they wouldn't leave my fucking feet alone. I'm like, oh, it's from walking through that water. I know it is.
Yeah. Glad I didn't encounter that.
Well, remember that Michigan Wildflower, the gal you may not have been there at that point. She was barefooted through that day too, and they were getting her.
They got her too.
Yeah.
I don't think I went bare. No, you know what? I didn't go barefoot because I had my gym shoes were out there in the rain. So I just put them on. I was just wearing those walking around. So yeah, I didn't, I don't think I got bit by anything up there at all. I don't even remember mosquitoes or anything like that. You guys got mosquitoes bad up there, or?
Not so bad around me. Been lucky.
Yeah, not so lucky here, man. They're fucking horrible.
Looking forward to this summer up there.
Definitely it's too early to even think about that. We're not even in the winter. Like I
gotta have something to look forward to get you through the winter, man.
I know, but I'm storing it. I'm storing it. I don't want to focus early because I still need to enjoy this for a second because then I'll be focusing on that.
Yeah. Once the holidays are over, then I'm really. But yeah, I'm down for definitely going back up there, especially if you do some sort of a private event if you have the whole campground.
So where in Michigan are you moving, Red Pill? Can you say or not? Close on your hand. You got to get used to that.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Well, technically,
just show us on your hand. That's the easiest way. When you move to Michigan, it's like standard protocol.
Oh, wait, here. Let me. You practice. You teach me how to do it. Here, let's. Which hand? Left hand or the right hand?
Well, you got to be looking at the map, right?
Wait. Which way is it showing up for you? This is the Detroit.
It doesn't matter. We fuck it up. We fuck it up too.
Let's imagine that this is the Lake Michigan side. The Lake Michigan side. I'm coming right around there, Lake Michigan.
Yeah. That's the Smiley side.
Oh yeah, that's my area code, baby.
Yeah.
Like it.
But cool. I don't want to trick people into thinking I'm moving there. I have a garden that I'll be able to grow there.
It's all right. Whatever that counts.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
I'll win it by default.
I'll be making routine trips then, that means. Maybe weekly or bi-weekly.
That'll be tough. Mm-hmm. Somebody closer.
3 hours, right? Red Pill?
Yep.
Yeah, I know that. I know exactly where you're going. I was going up the same place or same area, basically. It was 3 hours for me, so I'm figuring.
It starts with a K, and the last syllable is a place that you go to see a bunch of animals.
Yeah, so you showed on your hand a little further towards the lake shore than what you were. You were probably further north. You'll have to practice that, but that's all right.
Okay, thank you. Close enough.
Right? I fucking pinned the fucking.
You pinned them?
Pinned fucking webcams.
I get that point.
Sorry. It's fucking funny. It's not right up there. Let me up there.
That's good. Spoken like a true expert there, Smiley. You have to work on that.
So how inland is it then? Doesn't go on to the actual lake? We're gonna have to get too specific. Okay, but when you're driving north through, let's say Pawpaw, is that on the lake? It's whatever western side.
That's inland too.
Okay.
Is Pawpaw next to Mama?
Yeah. The lake would be like Benton Harbor.
Okay. See, I thought it was opposite from where I'm at because I'm right on the lake. So.
Take a boat across, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Take a lot longer than driving.
Does it?
Well, unless you're taking a cigarette boat and cruising at 100 and something knots or whatever that is.
Yeah, I guess
you'd have to be booking, man. I don't know if you want to fuck around on that lake. That's a bad lake to fuck around on.
I'm gonna wind up like the Edmunds Fitzgerald.
Hey, man, they claim that there's more fucking boats in the bottom of that lake than there are in the fucking Atlantic and the Pacific combined. Along our coastline, it is.
It's actually really big for diving. I know that, like, especially like, I don't know how big or whatever, but like Lake Superior has diving. There's people that go there to dive for the shipwrecks or whatever.
Right.
So I don't know how big it is or popular, but I know people do it because the water is so crystal clear up there that like you can see.
And a lot of Rex gives them something to go.
Yeah.
A lot of wrecks give them something to go look at. It's still pinned, Eagle. You can't get rid of it, no?
Well, I can't get it unpinned. It won't let me unfucking pin it.
That's pretty. Pin something else, dude.
Yeah, maybe.
I think there's something too about it where they like certify people that way because they can dive a certain depth and like superior.
There you go. That was a good idea.
So, I think it
was much better. Shit.
Superior wouldn't be bad to live by, man. I don't know. That's the biggest of all the Great Lakes. It's the cleanest of all of them, probably too.
All right, I'm out of here before I fuck anything else up, you guys. Love you guys. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'll see you tomorrow at 11:30. Have a good one, guys. Peace.
Thanks, Eagle. Peace.
Jumping too now that made me feel weird. He's getting out of here before me.
And it's not 4:44, but yeah, near enough. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump out earlier.
That's no. I don't mean that. I know he does an Oak Island thing. He'll be off now on the sofa. Fuck.
So what do you got planned? What do you got planned for the takeover? You like make a script and like write questions down, topics.
That's exactly what my wife asked. I was like, no, babe, no, not at all. She's like, do people have things that they want to come and say? And I was like, nah, we kind of past that. Like, we did that for the first year, and then now it's like, you lot better have something to say. Have you lot got shit prepared, written down? Nah.
All right.
We're pretty good.
To spin the red pill wheel of topics and
red pill. Do you prep topics? Oh, I could be really embarrassed.
To be honest, I don't, but that's not because I wouldn't do it. I should do it, and in the future I probably will if I want to take it more serious. But it's not because of because I want the show to go in one certain direction. It's mainly because I hear things, or there might be things, like I said, I want to talk about, and writing it down helps me remember it. So that's all it is.
I do think it would be cool if we sometimes talked about growing or cannabis.
Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like
we should put that on the wheel.
Yeah. So like if I hear things, and maybe it's either bizarre for me, or maybe I'm not sure if anyone else heard this thing or something like that. Maybe it's something that got said on another show earlier that day, earlier that week, all that kind of stuff. Things that
Good.
maybe
now you're getting my juices flowing. Yeah.
Let's say like a conversation that I don't even starts going, and someone starts talking about things that maybe I've witnessed before, and it's like something that helps out, contributes to the conversation. So that's all.
Take it. Cool.
So I still have a plant outside right now in flower.
And the light cycle, it must be about 11 hours light, right?
Right around there. It's doing its thing. It's frosting up like crazy. It's starting to rail up on some of the corners, on the edges of the leaves. And the last couple of days, I've noticed that the stems of the leaves turn purple, and I'm seeing stripes going down the stalk, like a maroon colored stripes on the stalk, and then on top of the leaves, on the sun leaves themselves, they're starting to go like a maroon color of a red, and that's a jelly bean. That's outside.
That looks really cool.
Yeah, she's starting to really get pretty right now, and she's starting to dense up a little bit too.
What's the high and the low, dude?
Okay. What was that?
What's the high and the low temp?
We check that real quick. See what the temp is right now.
I guess it's pretty cold at night now.
Yeah, it chills down a little bit. Let's see here. Temperature right now is 52 degrees. It'll drop down to 45 tonight or today. 45
yeah, if you stay above 35, you probably,
Oh yeah.
The thing is, it's probably dry, right? So it's probably not in much danger of any kind of mold or anything.
Tomorrow or Friday night or Friday morning, we will drop down to 37. So that'll be exciting, right? It should get into orders on that one.
You'll see what happens. Heck yeah. Good luck.
How did that? Yeah, nice one, dude.
Take over. Hope you guys have a good one. I'll catch it up in the morning. So
take care, Smiley.
Yeah, yep. Peace out.
And Smiley. Oh man, he's quick. These guys are getting quick.
So Johnny, another thing too with cold temps, I don't know if it's true what everyone says, because maybe it's something I just haven't came across as much, but the UV is supposed to contribute to a little bit of the purple too. So if you're getting, nice and blue skies, bright sunlight too with the cold temps, I can combine and both kind of give the anthocyanins.
We've only had a little bit of cover in the last few days, which looked like chemtrails, more so.
Uh-huh.
I do feel like the plant loves cold temps. I know that's weird to say, but when I dump plants, I don't just kill them. I just put them outside, and then it's like, it's up to you now. And they always they get, I mean, it's a different thing because I'm not going to come back for that plant, but they pray and they get turgid and they just fucking last forever in crazy conditions, like 3, 4, 5 frosts,
That's one of my favorite plant words, or what you can look at.
Turgid.
Yes, I love it. I love those hard, spiky, tough. Yeah, the shiny, waxy leaves, Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I picked northern Thailand, was because of the intense UV light and the fact that during the coldest part of the time of the year was when everything flowered in Thailand. So I'm hitting night temperatures in the mid to upper 40s to low 50s, and daytime temperatures in 85, 90, 93, 95 degrees.
That's crazy. And then if you're growing indoors, they tell you you don't want more than a 10-degree swing. But yeah, I know I'm getting up to 81, and then I'm getting down to 68, 70.
I don't think that really matters that much. The temp range, I think when
your humidity.
When it's out in the natural, you don't have control over that. So it's going to do what it's going to do out in nature. So when I think about people saying it's got to be within a 10-degree ratio, when I first started growing, I really tried to keep it within that spectrum. I couldn't do it, not in this temperature.
And you drive yourself crazy trying to fucking do it too, playing God. It sucks, controlling all this.
This is my environment. This is what you're growing.
That's why I don't sweat the temperatures so much. I mean, obviously when you're drying and curing, that's a different story. But growing, I'm not worrying so much about temperatures. Obviously, you don't want it to get way out of hand on either end, and it really shouldn't, But I worry more about humidity. That's where I focus on as far as environment. That's my main focus. Once that's controlled, if I can control the heat a little bit more, if I can lower the temps or raise the temps, whatever I need it to do, then I could do that. But my humidity, that's the first thing on my list as far as my climate. That's where I'm taking care of that.
100%. I don't care if it's fucking crazy hot, as long as it's wet as well. And then I don't care if it's crazy cold, as long as it's dry as well.
Well, what if it's
Actually, I do care, and I am that 10-degree difference guy. In fact, I'm like 1 degree difference, and like I'm anal as fuck, but it costs so much electric to do that.
You know what's funny about the difference in temperature now is there's people suggesting, I haven't tried it, that you have your nighttime temperatures warmer than your daytime temperatures.
Do you know what?
But it's not like that in nature.
No, it isn't, and that's why I immediately rejected it. But I have heard it. But I tell you what, Red Pill, that would actually be easy for me to do because of the DU. Controlling the DU just makes fucking heat. At night, I could have it as hot as I wanted, really. Just shut off the circulation fan and put the DU on, which it will be on.
Well,
I mean, that's weird, isn't it?
My plants are at 86 right now and 22% humidity.
They're used to that, though. They grew up in that, but that's crazy.
You know, I mean, there's nothing I can do about it, really.
No.
Nothing short than flooding the entire floor with water constantly.
I don't know. I could possibly get a fire to put in here, but I don't want to pop a breaker either. So that's one of those things where it's kind of like I'm putting shit on a scale as far as my amperage that I'm using. I can only stress out so much. So I've got to, it's kind of like, it's the environment that you're growing in. And it is what it is, kind of.
At the moment, I'm got no foliage on a really slow growing strain. And there's actually a radiator in there as well because it's so cold. And so what I've done is just put a really thin dish underneath the radiator, and it raised the humidity by about 20%. So that was effective. The other thing you can do is you can get a long trough-like dish, fill that with water, put a towel in it, hang the towel up, and blow a fan against that towel. So it will suck up the water into the towel, which is hanging up, and then the wind blowing will blow the water into the air. And so in a more
man's dehumidifier.
Humidifier.
I've used it.
Called
actually,
a wet wall.
I find it to be actually more effective than an actual humidifier. But the problem is that there's more maintenance to you filling this tray up. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I found. It's maybe not better. But it's like the chugging of that thing covering my lights with that shit, and then everything getting a bit too wet. It's like the wet wall is quite a nice. You might have probably have that fan in there anyway. Yeah. But it's exactly like you say, you got to go fill it up. And then the water can be a bit gacky and whatever.
Yeah, you got to change out the towel. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know, you got to do what you got to do with what you have. So, I mean, I started with nothing, with CFL bulbs and fucking, tin foil like everybody else, thinking that was the answer. But, you get it down, you figure it out. You learn how to deal with whatever you're given with, and just do the best you can. But definitely got to control that climate. That's number one. Fuck nutrients. And you can just give that plant water, man, and throw some worm castings on top, and you probably get by for a while, But the climate, definitely got to take care of that if you want to produce something decent, I think, in my mind.
First thing I ever bought was a DHU, dude. It was the first thing I bought. It's like, even before a light, I was like, I need that. Because outdoor, I knew about bud rot, and I was like, let's make that stop forever, because that breaks my heart. I need that to stop forever. And it has.
Yeah, you see, I'll tell you what, I did the opposite. Now I tell everybody, if I'm do this again, I'm investing in a kick-ass dehumidifier, a kick-ass humidifier, and a kick-ass little AC unit. Done. You know, heaters, it's not, those are pretty easy to come by. But then I'll worry about the light and all that other shit, because without the heater, I mean, especially now with these LEDs, they're very much all in the same. I mean, there's very few that use anything.
It's that they're so far this way now that it's like anything past 2.5 micromoles per joule is just fucking, to start with, actually hard to use because it's so fucking good.
I have a buddy using those cheap Mars Hydro, right? And he's growing the dankest weed I've seen. So, and he's getting big harvest too. It's not like, you know, so that's where it's like, you see that. And then I say, well, yeah, I mean, my lights are like double or maybe triple the cost of his one light, you know, one of my lights. And it's like, it's getting the same results. But
yeah, but you're paying less electricity.
Yes, I'm more efficient. Yeah. And I do have a little bit better features and control options and whatnot. But, you know, again, pound per pound, if I can get a more efficient humidifier, more efficient dehumidifier, AC unit, and I spent the money, that's what I'm saying. You can spend the money there, and then you could really cut your bills down and have everything just right. You get the cheaper light for now, and then, you know, next year, save up, trade in that light, and get yourself the better one, I guess. Progression, right? Unless you got the money and you just go fucking crazy. Gavita, Gorilla Grow, you know, why not?
I like to make a box rather than the Gorilla tent. But what was I going to say? Oh, I just recently bought a new dehu. And the funny thing about it is, it's amazing bit of kit because I now really know which ones are good in this country. And this house is 130 years old, the back part of it. And recently we felt like we were struggling with some damp. So I took this dehu that I bought, and it has been on full bore for the last week. And every day it is pulling unreal amounts of water out of the fucking walls of my house. And it is a shockingly amazing piece of equipment. And like, normally it's just a 4x4. So it's just on for a second, then off, then on for a second. It's just been chugging for days. And we're like shocked when we're emptying this thing out every day, like pints and pints of water out of the old walls of this house. Looking to sell this place, so like they'll survey it, and I need that not to be fucking, yeah, crazy though, crazy. And then Johnny's like, oh, it's 20% humidity.
Yeah, he's like, fuck those dehumidifiers. He needs a good kick-ass humidifier. He's on the other end of that spectrum, you know. Well, actually, I get the good mix of both because in the summertime, it's brutal here. I got a 50 pinter, and man, that thing I was probably, till I put the hose on it and drained it out. Now it's just drained, so I don't have to dump that thing. But I was dumping it like 3 times a day. It would be full, you know. That's a lot. It's 150 pints I'm pulling out of them in 24 hours.
Wow.
I grow big plants.
I do love that, though.
In the wintertime in Michigan, my dehumidifier ran all the time in my basement. But in Thailand, it's 95% humidity almost year round. You just have to pick your strains. And I moved to northern Thailand because I liked indica, and I knew the difference in the temperature would be perfect, and it'd be perfect for me. I didn't want to be 110, 120 all year round. That was for sure. That's too damn hot.
Yeah.
You know, it's like snow. If I want to see that, I can fly to it. I made the mistake. I flew back to the States and I got snow.
How long are you here for? Are you staying for a while? Or are you going back? Or
my return trip is June 1st. but it could be just to go there and come back if things turn around in Michigan, or it could be to go there and kind of stay.
Yeah. How's it looking
so,
over there? Oh, sorry.
No, man, I was just going to say it's really nice to have that unfull plan that is good both ways, maybe.
It is, but it is kind of unsettling because you really don't know which way to go. And if I go to Michigan, then I have to take basically my life savings and invest it in something that in a year or two could just disappear. Or I have to change completely over into all the metric system. And I don't really want to do that because I've heard of the nightmare it is. So I'd rather go back to Thailand and, just disappear.
And live comfortably ever after.
You got it.
Happy. You'll be happy if you're comfortable. That's the way I look at it.
Well, I also started looking for a car here and said, I'm talking to my mom and I'm like, a decent car, that used to be a couple $1,000 is now like $6,000, $8,000, $10,000. I've got a bike, I've got a truck, I've got a house, and maybe a cat in Thailand. That's all sitting there. And the good houses in Michigan that I was looking at, people are wanting like $1,200, $1,500 a month for. And it's like, that should be like $1,000 house, $800. And here it is, $1,200, $1,500. Everything is, there's a bubble here in the United States, and it's got to pop.
Oh, it's going to, man. Believe me, construction, I already see it. It's already, the whole housing thing, we're going to have another one of those things happen again.
It's all first world countries, I think. It's pretty much all first world countries since the pandemic, all that borrowing, Brexit for us as well. Like, it's the same
Real estate,
thing.
Crazy there. Housing, like, you can't get it.
The price of our housing is unbelievably through the roof. My house is worth ridiculous amounts. Like, and when you look at the numbers, how it's going up, it's not tiring. Like, land and property is at its highest all time and climbing.
That's the problem too. So you're sitting on a gold mine, but you can't get rid of it because where you're going to go, you're going to spend another mini fortune, probably end up spending way more for less than two, So you're kind of like, unless you could do the mobile home thing for a while until the bottom drops out, then you can go. And I try to talk my ex into it because I saw it all come in 2007 because I was in the housing market. I was a residential electrician. I was getting laid off in 2005, 2006. It was hard to get a job and keep it because these job sites were shutting down. By 2007, man, it was over.
Good mobile home to get for a decent price too.
Yeah, actually, I'm in a weird position because we've sucked up a situation for a long time, and actually, before I was aware of my sickness, I was pretty high functioning and running a company and doing some good stuff. So we've sucked up a pretty heavy mortgage for quite a reasonable amount of time. And in the affluent area I live, although in a very small house, house prices have gone up a very large amount. And I've also been here 17 years. So we're ready. I mean, almost ready, having the final conversations about moving to the coast, which is considerably cheaper for some crazy weird reason. I mean, yeah, I guess, but I'm not moving north or south. I'm just moving across. So it shouldn't be that much different. We've been visiting the area quite a lot. extremely in love with it. And now we're looking to free ourselves any moment, but we're like, when have we got a big enough balls to actually just, and houses are selling up and down this street, and yeah, it feels like the universe, I know, dude, is going,
I would do it, man. I'll tell you right now, I would grab it while you can. If it's that fast and easy, I would grab it while you can.
Yeah.
Get your polytunnel up.
Brother, we even was talking about that. We were talking about money for soil, money for fucking polytunnels, money for outbuildings. And I tell you what, it's time for me to do that. And like in the last 2 years, the universe has been going, but it also kept me here for a minute to make sure I wasn't running away. I'm now going to we. Yeah, little steps.
And, yeah, that's it. And it's,
yeah,
then you kind of get a bigger picture, and it's okay, right?
We had a huge amount to learn.
And it's like, okay, yeah. Especially moving a house is not what you want to take. Just, you know, you want to make sure you're getting.
So we're making sure that this
room
place
for
is
more
perfect.
dogs. Room for the big pack of dogs.
You're reading my mind. I was thinking about that this morning when I was lying in bed.
You shared all this already as well, but yeah, this is what we all want.
Yeah.
By the sea, I spent 4 years and 10 months in Thailand before deciding that it was the place for me. It takes time, you know, you got to go and make sure that you're going to be happy. And like you said, you've been going out to the coast. You really enjoy it out there. And you know what, brother? That's where you should be, where you're happy. That's all that matters in life is happiness. I live on fucking pennies, but I'm happy. And that's all that fucking matters.
Yeah. So it's funny because Thunder Dan just spoke. He was like, do you live in Sherwood Forest? Which I don't, but he was showing us last week. He was showing us earlier in the week his plot. And like this whole week in my head, all I'm thinking about is Thunder Dan's plot, man. He's got this beautiful little house and then just rows and rows of beds. And it's like they're beautiful, perfect size, width, real long. He's sorting the soil out, and like I was only on the show for 15 minutes with him or something, but he showed this, and it just is locked in my head now, and I'm like, how the fuck can I do that? I need more land. I don't need any square footage to live in because I'm basically, when I'm not here, I'm outside. Like even I sit in the garden in the cold. So yeah, fucking hell, man, his plot. And like, it's good energy to have that nervous jealousy, and, you know, like to see the person the next step on from you is like, yeah.
You just need a good comfy bed to lie in at night as well.
I got that.
You know, for a good sleep, and with the fresh air that you're going to get by the sea, and yeah.
Funnily enough, a few years ago, we spent a load of money on a mattress a few years ago, and it was life-changing. Yeah.
These are the things you need to do. Yeah, as we got on in life, you realize the luxury, especially if you go and you spend in top hotels or whatever, and you go, okay, right, this is, what's the tog on this? Like, yeah, it's education, isn't it? But also, bed, sleeping, you need to have a comfy.
We're dropping things out of our life like sugar and meat and stuff like that. And these things cost you a fortune. And when you don't do them, then the money is saved, and like, then you can have a nice bed and fucking, you know, when you're really honest with yourself about what the luxuries are, it turns out it's weird shit. And like, you'd think it would be meat, but for me, it's a chair.
You need an AC, like the AC system, like that. You need, like, especially for us, the way it fluctuates is fucking. So yeah, maybe that could be a little market for you thing to fucking suss out and get that on the, because that's drastically needed, I think, for our rooms. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's not talked about, like, especially like which one to go for, you know what I mean? Dehumidifiers and all that. Like, especially like as you going back to, nobody wants to be empty in them. Like, they're just like, yeah. Especially with the climates we live. If you live anywhere near water at all, yeah.
There are some really fucking poor dehumidifiers out there. Really, really poor. Earlier this year, I blew 2 up. Luckily, the company took them straight back, but it leaked internally onto its own electric parts. There's no way that should even be possible. So anyway, I know which brands is awesome, and I know which brands are awful.
Well, please tell us which one.
It doesn't work for you because it's a British brand. So yeah.
So for me,
Miko.
Where would I go for my new build? If I was to, which AC would you kind of go for?
Miko is the brand of dehu I use, and as an AC, I have ended up doing a thing which is a through the wall one, and the reason I did that is because it means that if it requires maintenance, I take it back through the wall and I take it somewhere to get fucking maintained, whereas no one comes to see me. And so that was the reason I chose that situation, because previously I had a fucking mini split. It fucked up real quick. And
you can't get them out.
Then no. So the other thing to take into account is that in Europe, the gas they put in all ACs is, I think, called R32.
Yeah.
And R32 kind of hates to run in really low temperatures. So do not use your AC when it gets down to -Celsius, because the R32 then fucks up. And then when you come to use it in the summer, it will have all expanded and not work correctly. And then your AC will be shit. So be aware that unless you're spending really good money for an additional unit, which is something like, who make the really expensive ACs, LG, and some of the really good stuff, you can get an additional unit, like a condenser or something that looks after that situation. And they're for ones that run in kitchens and shit like that. But then it's just something to be aware of. R32 gas, which is good for the environment, is actually not great in ACs. And it's just one of those environmental things that happens now, unless you pay the money. Mitsubishi made the best ACs, probably.
That was one of my other choices about moving to northern Thailand, was that big weather change. Well, guess what? I'll just run my lights at night and draw the air from the outside, and I don't have to freeze up my air conditioner that I have to run basically in the other room. So it was perfect. And I went hunting for air conditioners after my accident, getting hit by that drunk driver on my bike, because I was laid up and it was getting hot. So I found Samsung has a really good air conditioner. And if you go out and you spend the money, you know, they can come with dehumidifiers basically built into them now.
Yeah, actually, I got one, Samsung. It's in my drying tent. I could do both with it, but you can't do, I don't think you can do both at the same time. You're either dehumidifying or you're cooling.
There's a setting on my Samsung where it's a cool dry.
Okay. I have to look at it. I have a dehumidifier in there already.
Well, you're correct, Stoney. You're correct though. But an AC, the very way an AC mini split or them kind of AC works is it does dry the air by proxy. Yeah. So.
Right.
Because I was asking the guys like, well, how do you dry your buds? Oh, we turn the air conditioner on. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, we turn the air conditioner on and shut the door. And it's like, okay. I didn't think of that.
I'd turn the AC and a DHU on. The AC is there to keep the DHU cool. It's crazy. But if you want to do that 60-60 thing, you got to do it. And it just, it's wasteful, but worth it.
It's worth it. I'm doing it right now.
You keep that temperature low, you make that shit long. Oh my God.
Yeah,
just got to keep your fucking hands out. Keep out. But yeah, it's a cool thing. But an AC and a DHU, they're the same thing. One just happens to have a cooling unit on it. They work in the same way.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah. Really, I think with that DHU running in the house right now, it's leaving my heating off because it actually creates enough heat to sort of kind of keep everything cool. I mean, warm. But last weekend, I filled the loft with insulation.
So when it comes time and I get that sea of green flood and drain setup going, that's kind of why I came about the idea of how I wanted to set up the environment and the lights that I would run in that environment. So it doesn't have to do with me not liking or anything like that with LED lights. It just so happens to be that if I have a, like I said, 75 square foot bed with 140 or 150 plants in it, those plants stuffed that close together, I want a cool, dry room to go off of. And I know I'm not going to utilize the kind of light that a LED light can produce if I'm in a cool, dry room. So that supplemental IR from HID light, in this case ceramic metal halide, is actually doing me a favor, heating up the surface temperature of the leaves. Because I'm aiming for something that's like literally in between 70 to 74 Fahrenheit and something that's like 35 to 41% humidity.
I'm a firm believer in going in that direct, working to. I think there's a system for every situation for sure. That looked nice, Stoney. That's perfect.
It's been holding steady. It was at 61 earlier. Now we're at 59 61. But again,
how far in are you?
Oh man, they've been in there a couple of weeks. I basically just leave that shit in there. I just snap off shit when I need it. I mean, to me, it's like, why am I going to jar it? It's at a better temperature than it's going to be in the fucking jars. And then I have to go burp jars, and I don't have to burp the tent. I do because I go in there to grab a nugget.
Yeah, I'm the same.
And I don't know, it's tastier. It keeps its flavor better to me. It's just the scent. As long as I can keep it 60-60, shit starts getting out of hand. That's when it starts getting, then I'm like jarring it, and, so. But I've had this thing running now for about a month or two straight because I'm doing perpetual. So it's constantly in. So yeah, why am I going to go through all that nonsense? Trimming for days on end. And
I know micromanaging this would be probably even more difficult than keeping it at that round number of 60-60. But for me, I like a tad bit warmer, like 61, and a tad bit drier, like 55. But that might be even harder to pinpoint than just trying to have a round number to base it on.
Yeah, so I have like my situation. I run it so when I first start them, I don't start my plants at 60-60. I actually got a different way of doing it. I run it at a higher temperature, so I'm going to be around 72, 73 in there, and I'm going to be running at a lower humidity, so I'm going to be around 55%. And I'm going to do that for like 3 days, 4 days tops. And then I'm going to start dropping the temp and start raising the humidity back up a little bit for a couple of days until I hit the 60-60 mark. And then I just roll 60-60 the rest of the way.
I 100% agree. I think
but
you're
I
making
that initial
just make safe for a minute in those first couple of days.
Just the initial dry the first couple of days, and then it's like I don't like to push it past 3 days. I find that it starts getting that hay sort of shit going on. So I like to do it 3 days. I find it, I push it probably down a little bit lower and get it down to like 52%. I mean, is it going to be precisely that? No, obviously. Right. But, I'm shooting for to get in that range, minus or plus 1 or 2. But
that other little thing I did too is the day it came off the stem and into a jar, I never put the lids onto the jar. So 24 hours it would sit in an open lid jar, take the buds out, reorganize them, and then seal them and start the burping process from there. And what that seemed to take care of was the buds sticking to themselves and that solid chub size from the fucking jar, or the buds sticking to the bottom of the jar when you pour them out.
That's a great idea.
This time around, I took all the sensors from all my rooms and put them all around the dry room, high and low. And the dry room is 2 racks with hangers, or 2 heights and then hangers. And there was a fucking shocking variance. The temperature was across the board the same, because it's quite a small area. But from high and low, the variance in humidity was pretty fucking shocking, because you can't be waving air around like a grow room. That's not good practice. So I had to cycle hangers from top to bottom just to be, because it's just a very difficult thing to do. Like you say, it's like, it's not going to be exact. Well, it is exact in one place, but not the place but above and below. But it's the game within the game, isn't it? And it's the really important game within the game. Really, when you take it down, that's when it gets important.
Yeah. It's growing it. I mean, honestly, it's really not that difficult, especially if you just do cocoa. It's pretty simple. Throw some salts in there. Just follow the instructions. Do quarter of what they say. You'll be just fine. You might get that one goofy strain that wants a little bit more than the others, but for the most part, you'll get through it. But at the end, like you said, that's where it's game on, baby. I mean, you can't turn piece of shit into something better by going through this process. Obviously, you got to
piece of shit will be its best piece of shit if you look after it.
But you can take a really good genetics and turn it into a piece of shit really fast. I saw a couple of my buddies, first time growers, and and I offered to help, and they're pretty much, I could do it. It's growing. I got tomatoes and stuff like that. And I'm like, all right.
What do you do with your tomatoes when you've taken them off? I stick them in the fridge and then I eat them. Yeah. Right. Or you just stick them on the side and then eat them. That ain't going to work here.
Yeah. I'm like, I understand that. But, and then the drying part, dude, you don't understand. Well, I'm just going to put them. I got a spare bathroom. I'll put them in there. And, okay. Well, I got a fart fan in there. I'll just turn that on and it'll suck the humidity out. I'll just leave it on. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, I come back, man, this stuff is horrible. It smells like hay.
And then you've got to keep it for however long it's got to last you. But it's easy to think it's finished when you turn the lights off, but you've got to get out of that mindset, and you've got to stop thinking 65 days and I'm done, because you ain't. It's another 21 days after that, plus 30 probably. It's actually 21 days till the jar. And okay, it's been in those conditions, but yeah, it needs a week somewhere else as well, maybe. But yeah, fucking hell. I definitely think I don't get scared now. Like there's the big shrink on day 2, 3, and then there's the hay smell on 4, 5, and then all the terps come back anyway. And now I leave enough stuff on everything where that's all the smell was anyway. When you take that off and it's fucking all protected and beautiful, and that's when you, and even when I can't take too much out at a time when trimming because it will get too humid. Like it'll be out, or I have to trim in that same room because I just want to preserve it all the way and be cold.
Right. I do the same thing. I take off just enough, to keep the humidity in check, but then also leave enough on to protect that bud. So it's,
that prep when I take it out of the room, it just improving how it goes on the hanger and what's left on it to the place where we want it to be. That has been massive, because when you organize it before it goes into the dry, then it saves you any worry. It's like you say, you do that early fucking dry down and then, yeah.
Right. Hey, so I was going to ask you guys this. Do you guys do like the 24 or 48, or even some guys are doing 72-hour light depth before you chop it?
The only thing I've noticed that it consistently does is give my buds more of an oily texture.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. So I did something kind of cool. So this last harvest, I didn't have anything in the drying tent. So I did what I normally do is after my week 6, I flush it out, and then I just feed it basically water from then on out. And then I'll do like another flush at the end just for the fuck of it, just to flush anything else out of the bottom of there. But I took it and I threw two of the plants in the drying tent, turned the AC on, got it down colder, and let them stay in there for I think I did 2 nights. So 48 hours in the dark in that tent, in that colder environment, and chopped them. So I don't know if it's going to make a difference or not. I haven't smoked those 2 yet. So we'll see.
How did they look?
They basically look the same as the other ones. I did notice that the buds seem just a little bit more denser on those 2 plants than the other one. The other one still feels a little more loose. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but
I know when I do mine, I throw them in for that 2 days, that 48 hours of darkness, and the plants that I do it to, it seems to really make the crystals, the THC trichlomes just pop.
Yeah, it gets like an oily, or like I get like an oily, like red pillow sand. I noticed there was like more oil production. It's something obviously the plant's putting out to protect itself. It's getting cold, especially like when I threw it in the tent. That's when I did notice a lot more oil on that, on those 2.
I did it by mistake. I mean, I did it by proxy, really. Like, the room was taken down in the dark, and it wasn't taken down over one day. It was taken down over some days. And so I don't know the result in total, but I tell you what, I kind of fucking dig it. Like, I wouldn't always make time for that, but something in me tells me, like, it just, like, I just think they like that cold and still being, and the end and whatever. I don't know. It just felt, it's not something I'm a fan of specifically, but I'll tell you what, the terps are amazing at the moment. But I don't know which bit is which, so I can't, it's not scientific in any way. But it didn't feel rotten to do it,
But it is scientific, though, that when the plant goes into darkness, it is using up all those sugars that it produced during the day. And you kind of understand, the way I kind of understand it is, I should say, is, those basically 4 days that it's being thrown into darkness is just using that sugar up in the plant, and hopefully it's another thing that I won't taste in the plant.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's the start of that curing process. That's why it felt good, I think. But to answer your question, what I
So
always
harvesting
do is
early in the morning.
I do in the morning, yeah. The morning's my only actual rule. It has to have had a sleep. So to answer your question, Stone.
So that's like where the sugars and you're eliminating that.
Well, I don't know.
It's the same in agriculture, though, isn't it? Same processes and when they go to crop.
Okay, so here's my understanding.
You're actually looking for the bracts that's in the plant and all locked in.
Right, but doesn't a plant
expresses a lot more anyways, doesn't it? Like as it sleeps, I think it just locks in, and it's like that. You know, the way the plant then expresses itself, like at the end of night, it lets off a horn. I find my plants are a lot more stinkier at the end of the cycle than at the beginning. I think it's more locked in it.
I agree.
Yeah, I find it. I've noticed that over the taking in the morning time is your best. But the same thing with the lights.
It's like, Stoney?
Yeah.
What was that?
What were you going to say?
Oh,
just the same with the. Sorry, go
on. Well, about the sugars with the plant. So I was into the wine thing for a minute, and I was into like the ice wines. And it's called ice wine because they harvest right during after the first frost gets in that grape, and the plant freaks out and creates massive amounts of sugars to store up because it's like in a hibernation mode, right? So it's going to store up and grab and turn everything it can. It's feeding on right now. It just gets turned into sugar and it gets put into that fruit. And that's why you get such a sweet, those grapes are like eating grape candy, really. If you ever had a frozen grape like that, you know, when they're on the vine and you pluck it and they're just, holy shit. So I don't know, is that the same for weed then? I mean, you cool it down really cold for a day or two before you harvest? I don't know. Is that going to matter? I wouldn't frost them, but.
Well, that's what kind of more appeals to me. Like when I hear of cannabis in its natural environment, it always seemed to appeal to me, those mountain hash plants, right? Rather than like an equatorial plant that never goes through one of those cold cycles. I don't know. Maybe I haven't.
But even like that plant that Smiley put up that's been through a couple frosts, you know, and it will make it to the final stage. That even turns me on quite a lot, really, because it's like that really got a hardy fucking something, you know.
Yeah, the temperatures in any of these countries that have been growing, at nighttime, they drop to freezing, even in the summer months. So it doesn't like these plants are well used to that. And I think the trichomes are like a protective layer of the plant to kind of, if you see it like a bulbous head, it like will protect off the flower itself. You know,
I knew an old grower that would go out to his plants and basically beat the shit out of them. He'd take the branches and move them all around, and he said, you know, he didn't have a problem with a lot of insects, a lot of pests and things like that. He said, when I do this, the plant toughens up to being outdoors, and it produces more things to keep it going naturally that I don't have to put on the plant. And I think what he's maybe suggesting is he's, you know, building up more oil in the plant as he's beating it around.
Yeah, more strength and then more oil to keep it mobile as a plant, maybe, you know, it trying to look after itself.
Exactly. And I think it helps with maybe the immune system, especially on the outdoor grows. You know, outdoor growing is completely different than indoor growing as far as plants. But yeah, I could see that though.
Yeah, I think I would not grow out. If I could live in the environment where it was possible, Cali or whatever, or Australia or something like that, I just wouldn't grow indoors.
I was going to mention it's across the board with all plants because one of these botany people I follow doesn't really, once in a while he does some kind of cannabis thing, or at least compares plants to cannabis, but I don't know how he's doing it. He's getting funded from something, but he goes pretty much everywhere around the world, Dominican Republic, South America, Australia, Arizona. But he's looking at all these different plants and a lot of plant regions of places where they have forest fires and the kind of, way that the plants adapt to that. But a lot of these places are in either high altitudes or in their, drought, places where there's drought. Well, anyways, there's other plant species outside of cannabis and, other plant families and genuses that have plants that cover themselves in trichomes as a natural defense. Like this guy's going up to plants and he's like identifying them, looking what kind of like floral patterns or inflorescences they have, or counting how many calyxes, or doing measurements of petioles and that kind of stuff. And he's finding plants that are like covered in crystals, like they're, something, a medical plant that we would want to smoke or something. But yeah, it has to do with plants that other, there's other good varieties of cannabis from these regions. Like there's something about it, like Northern California has a very similar climate to South Africa. And it just so happens that other plants in that environment will just grow mad amounts of terpenes and essential oils and trichomes and stuff. So it's intriguing for me because that's, obviously we know all about how good weed can be from Northern California, but other strains, land races that come from similar regions around the world are just as capable of being transported to any one of those regions and feeling like they're at home.
Yeah, I wonder about the terroir thing. I think, and also the thing about that leaving them in the dark thing is, I think what happens is they change. I'm not sure if they get stronger or less strong. I think the terpenes change. But I think that's the evidence we've seen, or like on the surface evidence. Not that there's been any great evidence, I don't think. I bet the Israelis know. They do a lot of that.
Stressing people.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you what, though, having soil for 5 runs that has not done any harm at all, that is quite a crazy thing. It's, extremely gratifying. It's already where I thought like run 20 would taste like. Fucking, lip smacking.
Imagine when you get to your new place then, what you'll actually be able to do in a sense of having the extra little space and you're outdoor and I'd say you'd have a little bit of a light deppy type of greenhouse. Yeah.
I'm already a bit spun out about moving my soil. It's like, it's going to get disturbed. It's coming.
Soil, have you taken the soil sample of what soil you have from maybe that area before you go there and see what you're like? What's in? You know what I mean?
I will probably make beds and put my own soil in the top, and then it can become what it needs to be. The two things. The one I know, the top bit has got everything it needs, and then that should feed below and so on. That's my way of indoctrinating it, maybe.
Yeah,
but if it's really good, you don't need to.
My raised bed.
You could be very lucky and find the perfect. You know what I mean? You're usually by the sea. It's usually good land as well. You know.
We'll see. It won't even matter. That'll be its own project if it's not good. What were you going to say, Johnny?
My raised bed is going to be nice next year. I set it up kind of like a Google at the at the beginning of this year, I think, about the beginning of this year. And so it's been sitting there, and I put, I think, 3 plants in it, and it's been just sitting there doing what it's going to do, and I've been watering it, keeping it nice and moist, keeping alfalfa and hay on the top of it. And I'm actually thinking about throwing some taters down in it. Just let that go off inside there over the winter time. And I think that'll actually help with amending the soil kind of as well, you know, having something rooting down in there during the winter time.
Only warning I give you is it is difficult to get rid of them once you've planted them. They get pretty like it becomes a potato bed kind of thing.
Okay, so I should do that in a separate pot.
Maybe it might force out. Yeah, we do potatoes in a bag, like just a like a bag for life type bag, because you can roll it all the way down, and then as they grow, you're supposed to put more soil in and more soil as they. Yeah, that's a good method.
What kind of a bag? Like an airbag type? Or?
Yeah, we were just using one from the supermarket, like one of those cloth type bags from the supermarket, but something like that.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah. Just as long as the water can drain through it is all. Yeah, because you start with it just the potato and nice and low, and then the first leaves come out, and as they grow up, you top fill it, and then they grow up more, and you top fill it, and then it can make loads of potatoes in the bag or bags, and then it means you haven't got that situation where they're kind of like people who first start composting. They say, "Oh, don't put potatoes or onions in the compost." Like you can get better at it as you get better at composting, but it's for the same reason. They just start growing like fuck in there, and then it's your potato patch, not your compost heap.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Or your onion patch.
Right. The onions are kind of invasive like that too.
They are, yeah.
Kind of like briar patches. Once they get going, they're hard to stop. I think bamboo does the same kind of crap. It's kind of hard to stop a bamboo from going crazy.
There's different types of the bamboo that are very invasive, and then there's ones that are.
Well, there's some down in California along the Santa Ana riverbed. That shit down there, man, it is impossible to get rid of. You can cut it, dig it down to the root, and it comes in from someplace else and starts shooting up.
Bamboozled.
Invasive.
Yeah.
That's another botany channel I watch. It's called Eat the Weeds. The other one I was talking about is Crime Pays, Botany Doesn't, if anyone wants to follow that one. But Eat the Weeds, he has a video of what to do with invasive weeds. And he shows you all the invasive weeds that happen to be edible.
Last few years, we've been collecting wild garlic. That's a great one. Pops up for a couple, 3-4 weeks a year, and it's everywhere. And you can fill your freezer with it. And then my wife made wild garlic pesto, so all year she can just give my daughter a cube from the freezer and go, make yourself some food, and she can just make some pasta and stick that in. And it's straight off the land, nothing else but that. And we want to find stuff like that all the time. We want to become foragers where there aren't periods where we can grow. We want to be taking it from where we're at.
We're going to set up a food forest. Yeah.
Yep.
I like that. Got plans for that, but only in a 4x5 bed outside.
You can grow probably a year's worth of French fries in that 4x5 bed.
There you go.
Yeah. And probably Johnny can have them cycle all year, and because of his temperatures, maybe. And so that would be it's definitely something I'd be doing. I already talked to my wife, and I was like, well, the first bit is definitely going to be potatoes because, after fucking Dragonfly Earth medicine, it's like, right, okay. That story she told where they were like, we told all our farmers to bring their most important crop and put it on the altar for that special party they had. And she was like, out of 72 people, like 10% or 10 people or something bought potatoes. And it's because there's so many. And then he started cycling through all the reasons why they use potatoes. And yeah, it's very sustainable type of a crop.
Cool.
Well, I think I'm going to bow out, gentlemen. My kids are with me for the rest of the week and the weekend, and they're going to probably be getting up in another 2 or 3 hours. So I'm going to try and get some rest, I guess.
Yeah.
Good luck. I didn't plan on being on this long, but it is what it is. I enjoy the company. What can I say? It's been a pleasure as always, guys. Have yourself a great day.
My friend.
And I'll definitely see you guys. What's tomorrow? Wednesday? Yeah, I'll be around possibly.
Wicked.
Oh, yeah, today's Wednesday. That's right. We're already into Wednesday. What the fuck am I thinking? Thanks for reminding me. All right, anyways, guys. See, there I go. I got to go to bed.
Yeah, man.
Good night. Thanks a lot.
They'll lie in.
Catch you later.
Sure.
And I'm gonna hop out too. How are you gonna keep this going, Greenthirteen?
Wow.
I will check you guys after a minute. I gotta go take a nap. I'm exhausted.
All right, my friend. Great to see you.
Peace and love always.
Yep. Peace out, Johnny.
Be good.
Guy.
Yeah, Johnny, be good.
What's up, Green Fingers?
I don't know. It's my dog's choking on something. He's following me and choking. I got to water.
You in the greenhouse?
Yeah. I haven't watered for a day. Everything's dry. Man, I found the whole shit, man. I found what I believe is the whole shit. Found the 3 masts in the ground in front of my house, about 20 feet apart. And I was looking at pictures of boats all night. Fucking goddamn. The motherfucker measures up to a huge fucking ship. And then I already got all the evidence of the wood. So it's just like, what the fuck? Like, if those are really the tip of the mast, there's a fucking whole boat down there. Fucking outrageous if that's true. Like, that's fucking in the middle of the desert. I could rewrite history right now. But nobody wants to come out and check. I already told people, like, if I'm fucking something, you guys try to check on it. They're just like, oh, we don't believe you. Like, fuck off. Like, I'll give you wood to fucking test. I'll give you the fucking wood to test. I'll give you the fucking shit. Like, I got hardwood that's good and still, like, not fossilized. And then I got this stuff that's all fossilized. But the motherfuckers don't want to listen. So, there's gold in this fucking rock.
Oh, that's more treasure for you, right?
All that's gold. And, like, they even made a picture of a boat on this side. You can kind of still see it. Like, there's the tip of the boat. Like, there's the sails up here. Fucking crazy. There's the whole front of the ship. And then the sails would be up there. There's the outline of it.
I've dug in my garden extensively and I found bricks. Mostly just bricks.
Oh,
yeah, I found all these. Make the shape of the fucking side of the boat. Like all of them together. There's like a bunch of them. And then I went online and looked and fucking, yeah. I found bricks over here too. And then they fell apart. This one fell apart after all the years. Crumbled. Fucking crazy. So like, there's all kinds of different fucking shit this guy's found over there. I don't know how, they say they can be 200 feet long to fucking 6 stories high, one of those shits. So he could have just found one floor. And that's what I think this was a tunnel. I think he has an underground mine here. And this is the fucking little, this is the hydrant. Yeah, here, I'll show you the whole hydrant. Oh, fuck, the light's not working. Like a fucking curse. Yeah, this thing covers a hole. That big cement thing with two handles, it's like made to cover like some kind of hole in the ground. But I don't know where the hole is. So there's like a tunnel to the ground to the boat.
Yeah, you want to do is you want to tie yourself to something up there, and you can go down the hole as far as you can, and you can pull yourself back out.
I wish I had a flashlight to show you guys the mast. They're fucking just right in front of my house, like 5 feet tall. Fucking,
just get a drone and put a drone down there.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Or one of the dogs.
Down there.
No lights at all in this house.
A chore for the problem dog.
That's me. I'm the one that's got to go in the holes and check for the fucking. I'm the small one. I'm fucking 5'7". Like, you're the one that gets in the hole. You go. Like, fuck. That's why I wasn't in the military. I would have been the guy that had to go in the fucking little bomb pit shit. I'm not cut out for that shit. Stop growing, little guy. Man, I hit my ankle the other day, I guess. Fucking busted that shit. It's fucking like that fat right now. I don't even remember what I did. It just fucking feels like somebody came in and broke my shit when I was sleeping.
I gave my dog one of those bone on a rope toys. This one, he was a little puppy too. This is like 1.5 or 2 years ago, and he hit me right in the knee with that thing, swinging it around. And once in a while, it still kind of goes a little wonky on me. If I bend over, do something weird with the knee, feels like that, getting hit with that bone again.
Yeah. It's a good job we love them, dude. I swear to God.
I don't really love them all that much. I love them. They were food dogs. To be honest, they were food dogs. When shit hit the fan 2-3 years ago, I was like, man, I'm gonna make some dogs for food just in case. I won't name them. And so I didn't name them for like a year. Everybody's like, what's their names? I was like, that's fucking sweet and sour chicken, and that's fucking kung pao dog, and yeah, they'd get on mad and I'd be like, yeah.
There's a problem to eating dogs, though, isn't there? I think they poison us after you've eaten them for a while. Like when people have eaten their huskies in the past, like they've died in the end because it taints them or something. Is that not correct?
Why do we have Mexicans and Asians? Not to be racist, but those fools eat their shit.
I don't know if it's true unless like you only have that to live off of, but they say that about rabbits too.
Rabbits too. I know what you're talking about. Protein fucking sickness. That just gets you on lean muscle, and then you like work yourself out to death. Like you just like your muscles get the acid, fucking lactose, fucking whatever shit.
That sounds like it. Yeah.
Yeah, and on homesteading, that's what they're like. Don't eat too much rabbit. I was like, I don't eat fucking rabbit. Those are dirty. Those are for the dogs, dude. Like, fuck. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's any lean animal. Chicken should be included, but it's not for some reason. They got more fat on them. Weird, huh? We eat what's not cute, but when we eat other things that other people think are cute, maybe. Like, we don't eat dolphins, but we eat fucking swordfish. Swordfish are magnificent creatures. We eat them all day long.
So the rabbit we eat then, is that like farmed to be chubby so that it isn't lean? Right. There is eating rabbits.
Yeah,
the Netherlands and places like that.
The big fluffy fat ones like that you make pets, those make good meals too. People don't think about eating their pet rabbit. But people used to eat horse and fucking dogs and cats regularly. I was reading the expedition with the 2 people, the one my grandma's related to. What the hell are their names? Lewis and Clark. Fucking god dang. I was reading that shit. They brought a pack of food dogs. Food fucking dogs. That's what they say in the story. Right in the beginning. They brought a pack of food dogs for food. That was all they brought. Fucking crazy.
Well, we do live in a world now where they brought back woolly mammoths just for the purpose of us eating, which is a little...
They did that? When did it?
They
I thought
say
that
they're
was
going to do that. I have a conspiracy theory
yeah,
about that.
never
And it
mind.
has to go and, or I don't even think they were ever extinct in the first place. But
No, yeah, they just found the inner Earth or the gates to the outer Earth, and then they found fucking all the giants and everything else. Fucking Nephilim, Woolly Mammoth, fucking Cyclops, everything, all that shit. Giants with one eye had to exist. I'm just saying. I can't talk. I'm smoking.
I can't wait till they can do that with seeds, and I can just give them a whole bunch of really old seeds and say, "Here, I want to plant."
What do you mean?
You got to join. You got to join the dark side and go with Philos.
Oh. Or yeah, just make your own lab so you could fucking do the what's that shit called?
I don't even
make it from a seed, cut it open, fucking spread cell.
I mean, the way I understand it is they are able now to do the same thing that they can do with making designer babies.
Ah, fucking what's the thing called?
So you can basically make designer weed, basically. Or you can tell a weed plant exactly what genes to have.
He's saying the company. I just can't think of the company's name. Oh, what is their name?
This one right here. Held this strain since
what is it?
2004, 2005, Afghani mango.
Nice.
I just rolled a joint of it, and that's why I'm kind of sitting back here and just got a big grin, and it's done the same job for 16 years. It relaxes me and it makes me really stoned.
Nice.
So I don't know the exact lineage because I always forget it. It's a three-way cross. I think it's Bubba's Gift. I want to say there's a Afghani mango and some other Afghan or some kind of Hindu Kush cross. But it's sapphire mango or mango sapphire. I don't ever have that. Well, my friend of mine's uncle bred it to F5. And each generation, he was picking the female that was the most frosty and best for hash, and the male that was the most indica dominant stature or profile. Bred that to F5. That fell into one of my buddy's hands, and we bred that to F6, and that's called the Fire Fauci. There's only one of that. So if you ever see anyone with a Fire Fauci strain, they've either stolen it or they're lying.
That's an awesome bit of work, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, people would consider they would consider inbred line stable at F6. And that's what this
somebody
is.
stole my work. Somebody stole like half my fucking bush. I sent somebody to go pick up my shit, and like half of it was gone. They said, "What the fuck? Like this is all that was there." They're like, "Yeah." I was like, "What the fuck?" I had like 30 fucking plants, all seeded still. I didn't fuck with them. Full plant. Like half of them were cut right in half. I was like, "What the hell?" They were only 5 feet tall. Those things were 14 feet tall when I left them. They were like, "I know." I was like, "What the fuck happened?" We fucking stole all those seeds, dude. Fucking assholes. They came up. Fucking 10 years worth of back crossing itself on itself. They fucking came up. Bullshit.
But I agree, at 6, you're locked into those genetics.
Yeah.
The plant ain't going to differ much at all.
Nope.
But I would really like to see.
I'd actually love to grow a room full of that just to have a look, see what, with my own eyes and just see what the variation was like. It would be, and to try it and so on. It'd be cool as fuck.
This particular one, it's being grown a second time because it's been in clone form, but only flowered once. So the first time it was flowered, it came out all black, dark black. old school, like Nigerian Nightmare or Black Afghan.
My Bootylicious turns black, or the Bootylicious cross turns black, completely black, like purple black, not black. I guess purple, not purple, like light purple, like somebody punching an
Well,
eye
growing, it's kind of weird. That's what it was. It looked more purple growing, but it fades to black as it cures.
I don't care. I just smoke it. And I smoke right when it's dry, so I don't know. I smoke everything when it's dry.
Except for the bundles and the blanket, right?
Yeah, that's seed. That's why I bought that instead of the other seeds, because the seeds were 6 feet long instead of 14 feet tall with the whole stem attached. So yeah, just the fucking main.
There's a plant in Chiang Rai that grows purple from basically day one. Wow. And at the end of flowering, it's almost purple black. Yeah. But that's 160 days later.
What's the profile? Like sweet, sour, tangy?
Is it 20 feet tall?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
It's tall, but I really haven't seen it finished out. You have to understand, Thailand, it's like you have to go hunt for these. They're not just out there everywhere. And it's to the point where a good crop could send you to prison for the rest of your life. So a couple plants could send you to prison for the rest of your life. So they're not advertising it, but I have noticed a lot more people are getting a lot more liberal in Thailand with their posts of cannabis plants, which is really nice. And most of them are all in pots and they're doing it indoor.
That's crazy.
But there, does that plant take, and you said that it looks purple from the beginning and then fades to black. Is that all the way through veg and everything too?
No, flower. I would be stunned and amazed to see a vegetating cannabis plant that comes out purple. I have yet to see that, but I kind of believe it's possible, because if you look at a whole bunch of other plants in general, not just cannabis, like it's probably not a fair comparison to compare it to like salad greens, like chard or lettuce or kind of stuff like that. But there's all red or all purple varieties of amaranth and rainbow chard and purple kale and purple spinach and purple basil. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a possibility for it to grow, in its vegetative stage as a purple plant.
Well, but those things, they're kind of flowered out. No, they're not really though, are they?
I have one that does that. Doesn't grow much weed. It stays pink at the whole time from little. It turns yellow and then it turns pink. But it's fucking the sweetest plant, and it smells like fucking almost like just dust. Like it's hard to explain. Like wet dust. I like it. Like a rainy day dust. The day before it rains, that smell. Fuck. Hard to explain. I think I got some growing.
That flower room's looking lovely, mate.
Oh, yeah.
All clean and tidy.
Stripes. Nice little purple stripes. Can't really see it.
It's not bad at all.
And just purple stems on the leaves, on the back of the leaves. There it is.
Yeah, just a bit of candy striping. Mine get very red when I first put them in the bed, when they're just trying to find their feet.
Oh, this one's crazy. They're throwing out arms from the bottom fish. I'm on its own. I haven't caught them yet. That's nice. This is purple phone. Don't know what it was, but it turns more gray. I think that's the color I would use with purple stripes. Gray and purple. Okay. Gorilla. These ones are looking fucking perfect. Some of them are green, but this one's the purple one. This is a banana 3Bs. Banana Burmese banana berry. I took those four and those four separate or five and separated them just for room for the grow. I got leaf hoppers, so I got to spray tonight. So they're all dying on the bottom. Leaf hoppers are sucking the stuff out of everything. They're so hard to find. They're so little.
What's a leaf hopper?
Oh God! Hopefully you never find out, bro. I won't wish that shit on my worst enemies. Not even people that like I wish the worst on. Like
it's like an aphid on steroids, right?
Fuck aphids. I never had a problem with aphid. I thought like a little bit of water blast them off and then it's gone forever. But these motherfuckers fly and they crawl and they climb down inside the dirt or underneath wood chips and they fucking lay their shit, their eggs down under the wood chips, like under the 2 fucking inches, 4 inches. I dug and I found them flying out of there. They just started jumping out, flying everywhere. That's why I'm like leaves on the bottom and yeah, I'm paranoid now. See, they're there. Fuck, they're everywhere. Can't see them. It's like almost like if you, oh fuck, that one's full of them. Holy shit. Let's see if I can get close to some. Now it's all dirty. Right there, that little thing. Like here, there's 2 of them. They just jump around. There's a huge one. Fuck. Damn it, one of my dogs just took the shit over there. Damn it. Get out of here, guys. It stinks so bad in here. I got to get out of here and pick that up real quick. Oh my God.
One goes in and 3, 4 others follow.
Yeah, now when I go try to get something, they're like, yeah, it's safe to shit in there. I left the door open so they wouldn't follow me. I got to clean up some dog shit. Fuck it, I'm going to save that for a second. Eat the dog shit, guys. Go ahead. I wish they would. Little bastards, dude. Fucking stinks so bad. Alpo. I'll be back. I gotta clean that up. Where's my spoon? I gotta put that up fast. Before it stinks. Okay, I'm gonna be brown fingers for a minute.
So you excited about coming to Michigan, Red Pill?
Yep, I'm overdue for a trip. And now I haven't been there since I've known all you guys, since I've known and met so many more Michigan people. Plus that regenerative thing. Seems like one of the better places to go to, event-wise. The amount of people that go to, the crowd that goes, the amount of things you get to do, how long it lasts, the places you get to go to, they held the events at.
Well, the whole thing is you get to do networking, and that's basically what it's really for. I mean, for me, is to network and find the people that, I need to learn from, at least in my standpoint. And that's why I'm going out to Humboldt, because there are going to be people in the crowd that are just as knowledgeable as the people in the panels. Right. So, for me to be able to learn is to go out and meet these people and build up a relationship or start one with them at least. And, further my education, because it's really funny. Everybody's talking about these big row beds and everything. And my mom just bought this house a few years ago. And there's literally a 90-foot raised bed out front that's filled with flowers. And this thing's like 4 feet wide. You guys would love it. You know, this is all what we come from the farm know. You know, this is what we learned down there. And it's like, okay, what I need to learn is to learn how to make that soil feed itself, where I could just add a minimal amount of amendments to it every year and keep it going and keep the cost down, because the way prices in Michigan with the cannabis went, you know, basically you have to grow for pennies on the dollar anymore. You can't be spending $800, $900, $1,000 in nutrients per harvest.
Yeah, the number one thing I've got, or I guess I've known about for a while, never known how they do it or seen cannabis people try to do it, is the dry farming thing. Probably the number one thing that I think is the coolest, that people are able to get really fire results with a minimal amount of input.
And to see what it looks like with dry farming, you're gonna be like, it looks like shit right now. They're dead. I'm like, man, I said I gotta water. I haven't watered in 2 weeks. It fucking looks horrible. I didn't show you guys this for a reason. I was like, man, I'm doing my job.
Especially, I would really like to see people that can make a permaculture, like we're saying, a food forest, and have cannabis take care of itself within the food forest. Because cannabis is an annual, right? So it germinates in the springtime, drops seeds in the autumn. So it'd be really cool to see people that are that good at forest farming, or, food forest farming, I guess wouldn't be farming so much of it, taking care of itself, but able to put cannabis in that equation too. So now they're not even really taking care of the plants. They're seeding and germinating all on their own.
Yeah, good for hash.
Yep, exactly. That's literally what I would think, is you go back in the old school way that they did it. Those seeds, because, cannabis gets a lot of seeds in it, can have anywhere from 200 to like 6,000 seeds in the plant. So what they did is they would just take their plants, make hash out of each one, and keep the seeds out of the best hash producing plants. And then you only need 10 or 12 of the best plants that came out of the whole field to grow the field again anyways. So every year, the seeds that you're putting it back in that field are coming out of the best hash producing plants. So that's exactly what you do in this situation as well.
I found a big ass piece of the fucking shit right next to my fucking thing, and I never noticed it. Because that's not normal wood. It's like in the ground. Like it was uncovered by this, flapping over and over. That's fucking crazy. I found one of those over here. That's fucking nuts. And now there's 2 of them. That guy fucking did find it. Big ass. It's crazy. He's got footings. He used to have a shaker out here. He mined for his gold and shit because he didn't know what he was looking for. But I figured that shit out. He found it, but I figured it out. Fuck. This is what it looks like. It's fucking sad when you're dry farming. This one's good because it's a little bit. It used to be fucking water. I thought they were all like that earlier when I came in here.
Automation.
All droopy. Literally, they should be up. Oh, that one. They're all looking pretty damn good over there.
I'd like to dab with your red pill, but the last one just ripped my fucking head off. I was like, wow.
Was that the one you posted yesterday?
No. Which to me?
No. Greenthirteen. What you were dabbing?
Oh. Yeah, no. That's a week away. Yeah, that's full of gas still. Yeah. It just looked lovely, clear resin. So, yeah, it captured my eye. Actually, that's now much less gassy, but I won't touch that for a 5 days. That'll be in the vac. But it's the same thing as it happens. Yeah, it just stinks of gelato. And, weirdly, there's a little slight imperfection on the lip of that piece of glass, and it just picks up a bit of fucking oil. And when you get it on your lips, it's just like unbelievable. It's crazy. It's actually sort of part of the dab now to have that little bit of wow. It's crazy, really crazy.
Did you see? Do you follow Solventless Minds? Have you seen his little story he put up in the last, say, 24 hours or more? Just about
what was it?
Smoking fresh frozen and all that. That like the terps off it are not really good for your chest, and the more that they, they get into this, that it needs to be cured, and
that's super interesting.
Oh, they're hitting their asthma. As a lot of people are having to get inhalers, and
right.
I've noticed that
super
interesting.
interesting.
Like a heavy terp, like it nearly takes your breath away.
I know exactly what you're talking about. And it's not even a flavor as such. The flavor is terpenes, and it's almost like an alcohol, like you've sucked on alcohol. It's like, oh shit, that first bit where it's just crazy terps. Yeah, that's super interesting.
Very volatile, because there's a lot of stuff that should have been off gas at that stage in the process. So they're kind of locking that thing, getting back to the grape and the frozen grape, locking in that. So that has to be happening as well, like in that process of the plant. Yeah, just in fresh frozen, that's all it is.
I've taken a decision to
dry. They reckon dry, and then go process.
That's exactly what I've started, just to dry everything down before process. And just for me, everything gets easier after then, because it's all for me. That side of things is just so yeah, fuck. That's very interesting.
Like, these people are coming out, and then he gets attacked because he comes out and says, and it's like, and we get back to freedom of speech. This is
people don't want to believe.
It's to benefit us. It's to put us right and to make sure, because we all have, like, even that sizzle. When people take it out of the fridge, if you don't let it go to room temperature, you're sizzling, and people are going, what's the sizzle about? And that's like, you have moisture behind it, and you shouldn't have that moisture driving behind and moisture to your lungs as well. Is like, if moisture is getting into your product in the fridge, can pathogens be, there's other, so it's not an airtight environment in a sense.
I agree with you. If you pull something out of the refrigerator or freezer, let it dry out to where there's no moisture. And, I can't hit a vape cartridge because of my breathing in my lungs. And I hit a vape cartridge, and you're basically taking a vape, which is a liquid turned into a vapor. And then once it hits your lungs again, it's turning back into that liquid. So you're putting liquid into your lungs. And for me, that's a problem because I deal with that every day.
Yeah. Another thing too is our nose are kind of driving what we think is what we call loud. And what that really is monoterpenes. And in concentrate form, especially live resin, as great as it is in the jar to smell, when you crack it open, you smell it. All that translates to me is just a hot tasting or hot feeling dab. Even if I do it on low temperature, it's like burning. It just has a hot, burny gas sensation as I do the dab. And sesquiterpenes have way more of a chilled out, relaxing, soothing, hold it in your lungs, doesn't feel as bad. Taste just as good as it smells, taste exactly the way it smells. And when you vacuum purge or you cure weed, you take away off a good portion, or at least a small part of the monoterpenes. So not only is it making it smoother, but it's making it have more of a lingering taste on the palate. So it's really good. I like GMO. Sure, GMO smells good. A lot of these other really gassy strains smell good, but when you turn it into a live resin or a fresh frozen concentrate, that smell that it smells like doesn't even hit the palate. It just burns.
Yeah, I love that it's we're in this learning process, and it's coming from source as well. People that are doing it are saying, look, I'm finding this. Yeah, and the more we speak about it, we're all having these problems with. Yeah? So we're all noticing as well as we, have access.
The biggest difference for me is I'm going to dab for 20 seconds, and then that's my, like, whenever that's my high for the next hour and a half, 2 hours. And that is not going to be the case when you give me live resin. That's going to be 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah. And so that's all very pleasurable for that 20 seconds. But
yeah,
actually,
but at the price end of that, how can they justify? I just, it's quality over quantity. I understand. And we've coming from the hash thing, we've always noticed that we've got to produce a mass to have a decent product at the end. You need mass. So when you're talking about hash, you need to know, you need the cultivar that's for hash. There's no point in growing something and trying to wash it and like what's happened here. We need to have the actual cultivars specifically.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I don't want to pay $100 for a gram of bubble hash rosin that came off of a plant that produces 4%. That's why it costs $100 a gram, not because it's some clean, miraculous, better medicine for me.
No, it was chosen because it dumps, and dumps is 4%, dudes. 4.
That's a survivor, that's well. In that bucket for 3 weeks, or 2 weeks. Oh, I remember.
I can cure flour and make a solvent extract with that. And I can make I'll just put it this way. The conversion of how much it's worth actually comes out to like $10, $15 a gram. And that's what, a 10th or a 5th of the price of what rosin, from hash rosin goes for. Now the thing is,
that is a full extract as well, a full extract.
Yeah. And the thing is, the only reason why it's cheaper, they would say, is because the butane is a contaminant. It's not as clean as the hash rosin. Even though you're getting a better deal on your medicine, not only on your wallet, but probably on your palate and on your lungs and in your effect and the taste, But no, it's okay. I'll let people convince me that I'm poisoning myself with butane.
The funny thing about it is butane is actually not even a problem, but to put butane into a can, they have to use this other weird snotty stuff that I don't know the name of. And that's the stuff, it's nasty shit. That's the stuff that lingers. The butane's gone quite quick. Yeah, and so butane gets the shit for some other gases.
You're right, and that's
the lube that they use. It's the lube they use on the can to seal the can. That's what's the problem is in when we get down to the nitty gritty of what's in the base of the can.
Yep. Some people, they don't look into it that far, and they just call it butane, and then they're like, I can taste the butane. Like, really? I bet you can't, because butane is colorless and odorless.
Some of the best stuff I've ever smoked in concentrates has been made BHO, straight up. And that's like, you know what I mean? And I love my hash, but I'm telling you, some of the nicest concentrates I've ever had were, okay? But they knew, the people knew.
Are you prepared to be honest with yourself is what that comes down to. I want to be heady, but this is better though.
Yeah, I mean, like we get like for quality as in 2 hours, an hour and a half, then 15 minutes, 20 minutes of running after this. The high is nice and everything, but it doesn't have them. It has like a plateau very quickly. You're there, boom, and then it's like, and we shouldn't be coming down like that. You should be actually slowly just going, and it gives you a little bit more, and you want a bit of energy. And then have your terpene profile or that cannabinoid for nighttime. Because, you don't want to be racing at night. You want to be toning down. So.
Afghani mango.
Yeah.
And I stay at that level because you talk about that hour and a half, 2 hour high, and I'm searching for that hour and a half high. If I can get something that's going to get me high for an hour and a half, that's a damn good strain.
It's
much more interesting to talk about. Oh, what's it like? Oh, well, just the first bit's quite uppy, and then I got really thoughtful, or I went out and fucking did this, that, and the other in the garden, and then I sat down for the last bit, and then I actually fell asleep for a little weed nap, and that'd be a sensible conversation about, learning about what someone's experience with that particular high on that day was, right? It tastes of fucking strawberries. It's like, it does for that 1 second.
And then as you smoke the joint, the profile changes again. Until you get halfway down and it's like, oh, this thing is absolutely beautiful. But it's that all them things have started to come together.
Filter through, yeah.
I had a friend
what am I smoking?
I had a friend come over and he brought me some strains to try out. And he goes, why am I bringing you weed? You've got enough here to smoke for at least the next 6 months. And I'm like, well, these are all for the morning. These are all for the afternoon. These are for the evening. And these are for when mother pisses me off. You have to have the spice of life. You have to have a big variety. And also, when you're smoking all day long, you just don't want to smoke the same stuff over and over and over again. I did that in the 90s, and then it was like, okay, we've got more things to choose from now just than the 3 strains that you bought in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
It definitely is a spice of life. Definitely having I'm usually 2 to 3 different types of weed in my ashtray. So yeah, I totally understand that, and it's.
I don't know if they're in the right order now, but I think they still are. But yeah, exactly. I know one of them is going to do something different than the other one.
Yeah. But that's what we like as well. It's having that profile that we know, and it's hard to find it in one. You know what I mean? And when you, like as you say, the gelato really does your little for your day, and you got that's and it doesn't. It's like you just stumble across that weed and you go, and people don't know why but that's the one, and you're going, no, that's my preferred. Doesn't matter about this, like, you know what I mean? It's that effect that you have for that you have 2 hours, you know what I mean, of enjoyment.
Also, I just feel complete. Like I don't have to. I feel satisfied, and that means that my brain is, all the gears are moving, and I'm not searching for or feeling frustrated by my head or whatever. That's the nice thing. It's when you bump into it, and it's weird how that's always a flavor that you really, really like. That's why Madame Ganja is so fucking weird. She's like, oh, see this flavor? This is also really great for your fucking vibrations. Here you go. See? Oh, look, you're the best version of yourself. Off you go. Outside.
I have this whole fantasy of getting my seed library back together. Like I said, I have lists of, it could include clones too. Let's just say it's a round number of 300. I want to take that 300, and obviously it could be anywhere from 1 clone to 36 seeds. I'm doing a pheno hunt of a cultivar list of 300 different varieties. And I want to get that down to a good round number of 20. Could be 24, could be a little less, but I would like to do a process of searching through those 300 different varieties to get to about 20. And then what I want to do is kind of do like a playoff tier system or bracket system, and I want to do like seed 8 to seed 1 and seed 1 to seed 8 on the other side. Breed them together, make one polyhybrid from a selection of all those strains that I picked out to be my favorites.
So you want to build 12 5x5 rooms and do it indoors. But I'm lucky because I try to stay with only 8 different phenos. So build 8 rooms. But that's basically what you're talking about doing, and doing it on a smaller scale and doing it strain by strain instead of doing 300 at one time.
Exactly. Yep. I plan on, like, people are like, you can't do that. That's a whole more than enough seeds in a lifetime to go through. Like, nah. I'm thinking, I did the math. This is like a 10 to 12 year phase.
Well, that's how I usually go through strains, is basically, okay, I've got 4 phenos here. I'm running 4 different rooms because I've got 4 different males and I don't know which way it's going to go. So 4 different females go in a room with that male. This room, 4 more go in. Well, those 4 different, but you're getting the idea. And do it that way because you don't know which male is going to actually be the one. And if you're only dealing with a couple, it's not that hard to do. You just kind of have to sacrifice a full room of a harvest to do it. And you try to do that. We did it once a year, and usually during the winter time, we would do our seed run. That was because Grandma and Grandpa went to Florida. I used their house.
Nice. I'll look after it for you.
I just have this cool vision of, like, if you follow any sports that have a playoff bracket, I'm imagining it with all my favorite strains. The East versus the West. I don't know what I'll call it. The indica or the wide leaf versus the narrow leaf or something like that. You know what I mean? Just make a super hybrid that's already based on a super selection.
I think you do that. The first cross is where you start with that. You pick out the ones that you think are going to match up the best or take the best characteristics from your plant. And mix them.
That's what I want to do. If you do like a seed, if it's like a seed 1 to a seed 8, my process with that would be something that's the most unique that needs maybe improvement would be the seed 8. And then the powerhouse dominant shit would be the top seed. So what I'm trying to do is constantly increase the value or whatever the significance is of that unique plant by using, the higher THC male or whatever.
So what are you going to do? You're going to take the plant that gives you the bud structure that you want and cross the THC count or the frosty look of the other plant into it that way? Or are you going to
I'll probably first divide it in like fruity and, like I said, the plant morphology. So like woody narrow leaf plants will go onto one bracket, fruity wide leaf plants will go onto a bracket. So that way, while I'm breeding a little bit of diversity on each side, by the time those plants get made into their hybrid, when I make both sides come together, I'm still breeding diversity. So I got one side where I'm breeding high THC and low THC, fruity to woody, and then the same is on the other side. So by the time I get to basically the AFC championship on the one side and the NFC championship on the other, it's the highest woody terpene narrow leaf plant with the highest fruity wide leaf plant. So I'm still kind of breeding a hybrid even with the champions.
Don't you find though that when you search plants, let's say you take 10 or 12 So let's say you've got it down to 10 or 12 females.
Mm-hmm. That's what it'll be. That's what it'll be. Like, it's technically, if it's the 8 seed system and there's 2 sides, obviously that's 16, and that's what they'll be. They'll be female, all female. Right. So those will be feminized crosses.
And while you'll organize things in that way, 3 of those rooms will be bunk, and 1 of those rooms will have the 1 or 2 good fucking plants in it that you'll love, and it'll be the same one that you were smelling the fucking stem of 3 months ago, and it'll turn out to be the best, and the rest will all be like, I kind of like that one, but it didn't grow very well, and that one's shit, and there you go. The one always goes, I'm the one. And so it's difficult because the point I was making is you really get 4 bangers out of fucking 12 girls, you know. You get
might
1.
even take more than that, because like there's been times where I can't make my mind up the first round between the different phenotypes to keep one over the other.
I tell you what, then, as soon as you run them the second time, though, it's really fucking obvious, because the others fall away, I reckon, because the clone thing, it does that much more vigorous early thing, whatever it is. It changes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It never really changes for the worse.
But I've also found out, using 4 different males that, all of a sudden you go to run a test garden and you're like, damn, that one matched up with that number 1 female. That one in this garden matched up with the number 4. And all of a sudden you've got 4 different gardens and you're like, damn, they all didn't hit on the same one. And basically you kind of take that project and set it aside because it didn't go the way that you expected, because what you're hoping for is one of those males is going to hit with every female. And that's what you really want. And when you can get that to go, that's what you start making your line with. Or at least taking it out to F2.
Well, the only thing, if I can get my hands on, that I want to go into a line breed like that is Vortex. That just to make up for intentions that had got, you know what it is, seeds getting confiscated. So there went that breeding project. But if I can ever get Vortex seeds again, I'll line breed that. But the whole point of making a strain, or what I would call the foundation of what I want seed that I offer to be, is going to be the back cross method. So let's just say I don't have to do any work and I get some clone bestowed upon me, and it's a clone only, or known as a clone only. I'm going to outcross it and then back cross it 2 or 3 times with that. So the same thing with this crazy creation that I'm going to make. At the end of the day, I still need something to outcross it to begin a back crossing project. So that way, what you see me always growing is going to be the closest thing I can give someone seeds of. Which to me would be
4 years.
Yeah. That's so, yeah, 4 years after a 12-year long process of finding these plants. So yeah, I hope I'm around a lot longer to see it all through.
Almost be 55. Shit.
If you know Simon or Serious Seeds. So his whole thing was just having 4 strains on his menu for like the longest time. And I always kind of thought I'd be kind of like doing that too. Like I'd have all my life's work in just a few varieties, but I would have those varieties offered in a regular form, feminized form, regular auto flowering, a feminized auto flowering, a outdoor variety, and an indoor variety. So that way, you can't go wrong with something that you're going to buy and that you want a specific purpose for. Right? I know that's a little bit old school, but that's how it was when I got into researching seeds. That's what it was. It was a description of a variety, and this is the situation best to grow it in. Here you go.
What a pretty dog, though. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. With a great big fat head. It's lovely. Got a drooly mouth like my dog.
She doesn't drool too bad. Not that bad.
What about the head shape thing?
No.
Okay. Florence is bad for
I'm
that.
very lucky. Her brothers and sisters are very bad at that. I got lucky.
We've got used to it.
Yeah. Just a big baby. Just a big
baby. Used to hide the real important shit so pirates wouldn't get it. They'd hide it behind their fucking crest. So they put a shield over it. This would be the cement on the back. They put like rubies and diamonds and shit that could shape them out, plaster them in. Somebody else. It's out there in the desert somewhere. Jewel fell out. It's like the corner of their shield. Up on the fucking back of their fucking ship. And they would decorate it with fucking plastic pieces of gold like that all over the place. If that would be one of their little shields and shit, just for decoration inside somewhere, fucking crazy. See, I just caught on fire everything. Fucking burn them old. Shit. Middle of the desert.
I think I'm going to have to jump off here. It's getting towards morning. Time to get a couple hours sleep. Thanks for having me on. Thank you, Eagle, Greenthirteen, Red Pill, Mio Flower, Greenthirteen. Appreciate the trip back in time. Everyone,
thanks, man.
Good night. Peace.
Take care.
Love, brother.
Have a good one.
It's not a look of concentration. It's just it happens down there, doesn't it? Yeah. Cheddar Bob. Eagle's pissed with that dude, though, huh? Pissed with him. He even apologized for his outburst, and I was like, "Did I miss an outburst?" And it was like, "Oh, he means about that guy. That wasn't an outburst."
That was priceless.
That was nothing. He did give the guy an opportunity, and then took flack for him. So, yeah, it's quite
you know,
right
I was
to be
listening, man. You know, I set whatever emotions aside. I had no emotions, but I don't want to say it like that. I watched the one that he did do, and I was listening. I'm like, okay, I can hear the story. I'm following along. I'm with you as far as you're going. And someone asked how much for a pack of seeds. He said $220. And then that's when the record went off the fucking needle. Like, oh, sorry. I can't afford to pay that much money and get ripped off if I am going to get ripped off.
Yeah. Is the dude English, yeah?
The price is just high.
Yeah.
I mean, that price for every CSCI, even for a fucking top clone, I'm not paying that much for it. Even if it does make me $3,000 a fucking month later, I'm not paying that much.
Yeah, but I have yet to do that, so I don't want that to be the first and get let down like that. You know what I mean?
No, I wouldn't do that ever. Fuck that. If that's not worth fucking paying $4 for you or what? Because you got to buy 2 packs to get a fucking right.
That has nothing to do with not denying or believing the story or not even knowing what you can possibly get in those genetics.
Yeah, but the cross, that it's a fucking strain that people are looking for. That's why he put that price. Before, it wasn't that high. I could remember, like, they were affordable, I thought, before, like, a month ago. Now, just because somebody fucking tested them and said they popped 3 of them and didn't find it, you can't say you popped 3 of them and say you didn't find
Well,
it.
yeah, and that's the other part of the story is he's using multiple moms. So it's even harder of a pheno hunt. That's what one of the people on the show was kind of, I don't know, yelling at him about, but
and that's
saying
what I'm saying. That's what I do purposely to save fucking genetics and to save the fucking diversity. And then some people are saying, well, that's different. You got to say that though on the fucking packet. It's like, well, you can't be so wishy-washy. If you want something, you want it. If you don't get it. Read the reviews. Other people had those, spend $200 and said they suck. If they didn't, that's just read the fucking review. That easy to buy a pack. But so people talking shit, they got money because they're sitting there talking shit. I heard a story. That shit sounds legit. I know that a guy, old school chronic, like, and he fucking ran his beer, said that it was okay, but he's got the cat piss. He said,
when people aren't afraid to do things that you're kind of just a tiny bit hesitant to, like you're gonna do it, but you need someone else to do it first. You know, you're not gonna be the first dummy to burn himself or jump off a cliff or yada da da da. It's kind of like that. If any one of us or out of the people that he was talking that had already got his gear and got good results, if any of those people want to share half their pack of seeds or want to send a clone of the finest thing that they found, I'm totally down with that.
You should have gave a pack away for free and made somebody fucking happy, and then they would have been fucking telling them how good they are. But he didn't do that.
Shut up the haters real quick doing that too.
To just do that, he could give out 5 packs to each fucking different group and have each, like Eagle and fucking Fumi and somebody else give out those packs to his group of people that come on the show so they could show it. But he didn't do that either. He could have done that. It's not that hard to fucking give a pack.
It wasn't really the story that I mean,
it's
if people had a
right?
problem, that's what I'm saying. If people had a hard time believing that, that's not even the part that's weird to me.
It goes into other fucking stories that other people have said that it's
it's old genetics that he popped too, right? So that's believable. That if someone made a cross between 2 packs of seeds
and then gave him the seeds, and then he ran it and found some skunk, and then said, "Fuck, $200." So that's like,
I believe that more than someone saying, "Oh, I found skunk in a pack of runts."
Yeah.
Like I would believe, if you bought seeds 20, 30 years ago and you popped them, you got them to germinate, you cross them. So now you open the gene pool and all of a sudden you're finding shit that, hasn't been seen since the 70s.
Does anybody know who this old timer one is? Has anybody heard of him? Because you have to be over 50 to have heard of him, he says, every time he talks.
But I've heard of
I'm not going to talk shit about him. I
don't know if it's the same strain, but I had seeds of sweet haze crossed to old time haze.
I just don't like when people say one thing. And if they say it, they better say the right thing. Like if you're gonna say it tastes like something, say it tastes like 5 other things too. If it tastes like that shit, but I'm just label the pack like everybody wants. That's all.
Well, and because like I said, I believe that the trinity that goes around that people luckily I think still have, to me that has skunk spray smell. When someone's got a bag of that on them, they smell like there's a skunk in the neighborhood. Same, not like you ran over a skunk, but if you've ever been in a neighborhood or you walk your dog and you're like, oh shit, there's a skunk out here.
This is why I don't grow it, because I can't grow it inside. It stinks up the whole house like a fucking actual skunk. So my stuff I can't grow, and it smells like cat piss at first. So my genetics that I crossed out a UK cheese that gave my shit this funk, and ever since then it's been like fucking that stinky, funky cheese, but then it's got a skunk and a cat piss with it. So it's like, but that's from open pollinating with above 5 other things. So that's just save genetics. Each different seed, I get a different phenol. That's what I was looking for. He was looking for just straight skunk. He got different phenols on each shit. Not what he was looking for, but he said he wasn't looking for nothing, just doing an open pollination of itself and itself. So like, it's what you're gonna get is 5 different moms. You're gonna get all the different flavors. It's just the diversity of skunk.
Another thing too is skunk actually really didn't leave the way that we thought it did. Just go up to someone that doesn't smoke. The first thing they're going to think is that you got skunk, because they just think that all weed smells like skunk.
Every time. So she said, skunk, there's a skunk. I'm like, there's no skunk, Grandma. Yes. If we're in the desert, dude. No skunk. They do live out here. Oh, seen them on golf courses all the time. And you smell them when they ran over and dead, and they fucking smell like roadkill skunk. You don't. Roadkill skunk just means it's glands being ran over by a car.
And I've grown from DNA. I've grown what they have is their roadkill skunk, and actually didn't turn out nothing at all skunky. It actually came out sweet, like fucking Smarties or Sweet Tarts.
Look, I'm not selling mine at all. Well, where's your catfish? Where's your skunk? It's the same fucking seed. That's where mine is. It's each different seed could be that one, but
and cat piss. I've had that too in a Pineapple Express.
Yeah,
I had a Pineapple Express from G13 Labs, one of their freebie seeds that they grew out. I grew it. Two unique things. Well, I guess I could say three if it was one of those taste or smell things. The cat piss one, it's how it came out in its terpene profile. Other unique thing, wasn't a good thing, was it shot out those late flower Hermes. Like literally, like if you go up to plant day 54, no Hermes. Go up to it day 56, where the fuck did all these Hermes come from? Like literally comes popping out right at the very end. But it was a really rapidly finishing plant. Like that plant was totally ready to go at day 56. It's totally an 8-week plant.
See, that's not what he's got. He's got a haze. His haze is gonna fucking go forever. Mine, I never seen my plant fully finished because I've always cut down before it tries to get too cold when it's outdoor. Indoor, I could finish it. I just don't have patience. I can't wait. Fucking rushing everything.
Oh. Wow, that is so good, man. I feel like I had gelato.
What are you smoking?
Gelato.
Oh, you smelled it? I thought you smoked it.
The gelato tastes like gelato.
You guys remind me of Young Dolph, guys. Okay. You said gelato, and that's all I could think of. I'm like, motherfucking one. I've been watching. Tastes like, what taste does that profile? Gelato. Never had it, I think. What's the gelato cookie? You're muted.
Sunset Sherbet 2 cookies or Sunset Sherbet something.
Oh yeah, the sunset. I can't stand shit, sure. Fucking sunset sherbet. Sunset sherbet.
And thin mint cookies.
No.
Yeah. You not had it?
See, I don't remember having that. The last time I bought weed, I don't remember it being around.
To be honest, I've only had it in a pen. To be 100% honest, cartridge.
I take it back. I smoked it once. It's 33, I think. But but that was my friend's. Like, look at what I fucking have. And like, yeah, he was from the Bay, so like he came down for one day, smoked one joint, and that was it. Don't remember it. Here's the 33.
41.
Ooh, different numbers.
Yeah, I've been living on it for a year. I just cut it as it happens. I got a bunch, but I've got rid of that cut. And the one I'm not really talking about is the 41 times, it's Gorilla Glue 4 times Gelato 41. And it is the best weed I've ever smoked, for sure.
Nice.
I'm just trying to catch my breath still. But it's fruit and funk, whatever funk is. And it is strong and dreamy and yeah. Wow.
Delivers.
Hard. Pretty. Super pretty.
So it ticks all the boxes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so dense. It's just not a fucking. Yeah, it's a dense one, huh?
She's a dunker, all right. Nice chunks on her.
Yeah. That's a different shape than the one I saw completely.
That's the friend at the moment. Yeah. Although the mum got super pissed off with me because I sprayed it and sulfured it, and it was like I oiled it and I sulfured it having oiled it, or the other way around. Whichever way around, it was not enough time between, and it got pissed. So hopefully it's not pissed where it's not like it's happy now. But I've made plants happy again before, and they were never the same. So hopefully that isn't the case. But I think I'm done with oil. I think I'm not oiling plants in any way anymore because sulfur's too good, and I can't risk that happening again.
It's not a nice taste, is it?
I've never had that from because I only use that in veg really, and all those leaves will have gone 10 times over, but I just don't want to fucking burn my plants like that. It was frightening.
Yeah, from living in Boston area, you kind of would notice the sulfur weed.
Oh.
That's where I kind of picked it up from. Yeah. That's where I got that palette. Was going, where the fuck is, okay. And then some old guy taught me that's the sulfur. The big candles they burn. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know about that. Yeah, no, this is just using a flour, a ground down flour, sulfur.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, as a pesticide. Yeah,
Not
the burning. Yeah.
Okay. You see, I'm confused. What's powder?
Sulfur.
Powder? The sulfur powder?
Sulfur? Yeah.
I've only heard of burning shit. Damn it.
Okay. Right. Well, quite a lot of the guys talk about using wettable sulfur, but I don't specifically know what that is. But I actually found out yesterday. There's a study. I put sulfur in a bottle, but it's just 1 second.
The one I'm talking about is it's like a candle. It's like if you want to fumigate your house or fumigate, like it's that sort of heavy duty.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's full on.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's what I kind of referring to that taste of the weed, and it's not. That's not what you're talking. Yeah, we kind of crossed.
That's what scares me because I smell sulfur when I go outside because the hot night. So like I got thermonuclear fucking vent, fucking volcanoes under my ass out here. It smells so bad.
This stuff is what I use. Well, this isn't wettable sulfur. This is just sulfur and this is from the flowers of a plant. Okay, you can get and so. What I have been doing is just putting it with soap in a bottle. You just keep shaking the bottle and spraying and shake and spray. Because what you're doing is you're putting a powder onto the leaves, really. Now, once it's on there, spider mites can't stand it. It's super effective. And I can attest to that. I found out yesterday that there's a study been done that if you just mist it onto the plants as dust, and you need this special tool, which is really just a ball and like a little rod, and it just puffs it onto it. Apparently that is way more effective, and you just do it little and often through veg, and they just can't fucking stand it, apparently. So, interesting. And yeah, just make sure you're not using any oils, though.
This is plant sulfur. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know why I have not heard of it.
Right. So I think that's what wettable sulfur is, but I can't get that to be wettable. It just isn't really, but I can soak a plant in it. And I've done the same with diatomaceous earth for some time, just fill it a bottle of water and soap with it, and then just spray it and shake it and spray it and just try and soak the plant. That's also because it's so inert. You can put that with anything, and actually that's really successful as well. Your plant looks all white and horrible, but you don't have to worry about that. It's doing good shit.
Nice.
Well, I guess I'll have to mention this because it's another plan I have. Everyone, are you familiar with those little plug-in things? They're like little smelly good plug-ins. They're kind of like a nightlight plug-in, but it makes a lot of oil.
Oil burner? Yeah.
Everyone who's got a child's got one.
Okay, so what I want to do is, first of all, just to do a proof of concept, I need to hack one of those, take the smelly good stuff out of it, and put one of those oil-based IPM sprays in it. So my theory is you don't have to apply anything to the plants, and the bugs will basically get fumigated out of the room. It'll be a deterrent for them not even to enter the premises because the stinky stuff is in the air now. So just aerosolized, like a big waft of.
And you're talking about during veg, yeah, not during flower.
Well, that's the thing is you can do this during flower because it's not different than, or it's different than applying it onto the plant itself, right? You wouldn't want to spray a plant with an oil.
I don't think it is. I think you're vaporizing it and it's sticking to the trichomes and the green stuffs that you're going to smoke. That's.
But I think it's less. But it's way less. It's way less than if you were to spray the plant, right?
Yeah, I don't want it on there at all, though.
Dousing it in the oil. If this is aerosolized, I would even argue that a very little bit, even if so, is getting attached to the oil of the plant. I don't think any at all, but
you're gonna have to throw something else in there to mix that to get that in there.
I think it's a solution to what I just said. Is instead of spraying your plants in a flower, you can have these little plug-in things that just make the room stinky.
I don't know.
What I wouldn't stick this in is the dry room. Of course, I'm not going to put one of these damn things in the dry room, but veg and flower, I don't see a damn problem with it.
Maybe
it's too cold in the dry room for any insects anyway. They hate it.
No, I know, but that's like what you said though, with it getting attached and contaminating the terpenes of the plant. That's why I went.
The only thing I put in my dry room, maybe depending on the time of the year, is them little humidity boxes that can take, the non-scented ones. That in it when it's really heavy, that's the only thing that I will,
That's one way. That's one way. That's just pulling in. That's not giving anything off.
Yeah, it's not actually letting anything off, But yeah, as in using any sulfur, I mean, like maybe a week before you go into flower would be my kind of. If I'm ever had to use anything like that, I definitely wouldn't be using it when you have any trichome development whatsoever. I reckon that would definitely taint. Look, it's a sticky thing as it is. It's going to. It doesn't. That's what.
Yeah, I don't want anything floating around. I think that what you're talking about, Red Pill, is absolutely a good idea, and I don't know why it isn't done in veg. There's no reason you couldn't be, because like if your child has a bad chest, all you're doing is putting all that like little thing that you slide in their ears. All it is just oils that are gently vaporizing off into the air and helping them breathe. And so that must be, vapor, and that's the same as coating the plants. But I don't want that in flower. After week 2, none of us do anything like that. So it's like insects or nothing.
My whole thing is maybe I'll have to do it. I could do a blind test to see if people. I could not even tell people about it and see if they can detect it. But my whole thing would be that it's. I'm double blind test right now, but it's way better than spraying the plants with the damn shit. I think we can all argue that or agree to that. But if you spray the plants with it, it's literally making physical contact in its oil form right on top of the plant. And I would say a little molecule of it floating around in the air is too minuscule to make any type of noticeable effect.
But people are fucking weird, and they will say that's not normal, or that's not organic now. It's got fucking something on it. If the testing gets 0% or whatever.
And to be honest, I'll give you one better than that. Let's say it does have some effect on the terpene profile. Well, guess what that is? That's an oil. So what you could do, you can get so fucking fancy with it. Like I said, I try to recommend people to get their own essential oils still, to make their own essential oils out of all their plants around them, not just their cannabis. But let's say you'd have a monocrop room. Not everyone here does that. And you want to use these things. Well, guess what? You can dose those things with the terpene profile from those plants. So now even if something does translate or get stuck to those trichomes or that oil, it's just the essential oils from that plant in the first place. So if anything, you're actually increasing, by what you guys would be saying, I'd be by a measurable amount increasing the terpene profile. By doing that.
But only if it had a 0% difference in flavor is it going to be used.
So I don't think it would, but if you guys are saying that, then why not? Why skip the IPM in the first place and put OG Kush terpenes in there, and then your OG Kush is going to smell even more like OG Kush, right? Or let's say you got some boof-ass strain. I'm solving all the people with the boof-ass strains problems. Here you go, man. Just make your whole.
We already did that with orange peel, though, didn't we? You just put orange peel in the
Could
bag.
get a companion plant.
When did you
or
guys
a
call about
companion
the
plant. That could
There
be
you
your,
go. There, the same thing. If you can smell it in the air, guess what? Those things, I'll break it down for you guys. It's even a measurable amount. It's called a femtogram. Femto is even below a picogram. So it goes milligram, nanogram, picogram, femtogram. So what you're smelling, even if it's poop, if it's roses, you actually have poop particles and rose particles in your nose. See, there's enough energy in just molecules vibrating. Everything's actually vibrating, has a resonance to it. So those things are getting launched. Those tiny little molecules are being launched in the air. That's what volatile means. That's why essential oils or certain terpenes are more volatile. If you can stand 20 feet away from something and smell it, that means those molecules are fucking dancing around like I don't know, they're doing jumping jacks, right? That's why you can smell it, because literal femtograms of those molecules are flying off of where it's coming from and landing into your nose through the air. So those companion plants like marigold or something else, you walk in your garden or in your backyard and you can smell those. That's just as bad as having one of those plugins, even if it's a live plant. If it's a live rose or marigold or.
I hate to tell you, but half of the products that they get these terpenes from are chemical waste. It's not the fucking same thing, bro. Get your head out of the fucking ass. That's so fucked up to say. Us organic.
He said stuff that you're making. Are you
talking about
yourself,
boof and fucking terps, bro? Boof and terps that are from a plug machine onto your fucking bud will make you go insane, bro. Are you serious?
I would argue that I know well enough about terpenes to talk about what I'm talking about right now.
Oh God. Okay. I give up on. That's crazy, dude. That's insane. I'm sorry. Sorry you think that way.
Do you have an argument for what I'm saying?
Dude, yeah, I think, man, it gets me going. Like, I can't believe you're saying
what he's saying is you're externally adding. It's the same as basically spraying your weed with a flavoring, isn't it? Yeah, you're just doing the same thing.
Once again, I'm explaining something that's going over one's head. That's the opposite of what I'm saying.
That's what drug dealers do with Fetty, bro. That's what drug dealers do with shitty weed, is they spray it with shit. Come on, bro. Get the fuck off of here. That's bullshit. You don't even fucking know. That's fucking bullshit, bro. You can't say that shit. You can't say that.
Oh, you're really angry for no reason.
Well, dude, why would you spray weed with fucking terpenes?
Because like you just said, I didn't ever say anything about spraying weed. You said that.
Grow good.
Did I
weed.
ever rewind anything? You can rewind it.
Shit about, you said let's fucking terp up some terpene. Let's fucking add terpene
you're
to
wrong.
the weed.
You came into this late. You haven't been watching long enough. You haven't been watching long enough to know what I was talking about. Sorry.
All right, Red Pill. Peace out, bro. I can't take it anymore.
Peace out. Bye-bye. Okay, so getting back to IPM and have nothing to do with petroleum products.
Cool.
That's weird. See, a lot of people don't really like what I have to say. It's because actually it's a disinformation campaign from getting me to tell you guys the truth of how to make better strains and how to grow better weed.
Yeah, I don't know why he just
take it as a compliment.
Why it was a bad thing if it was. Could have explained it instead of popping off. So weird energy.
I'm not. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
I'll be in Michigan at some point in time.
And quite soon, by the sounds of it.
Yep.
That's kind of rad, though.
Well, it's actually, despite what just happened there 5 seconds ago, the positive vibes are kind of what made that happen. Other people actually want to see me succeed.
That is exceptional.
I just know that I smoke tea, and I haven't gone crazy, and I'm smoking tea. It's smoking all kinds of essential oils, right? Like, I smoke tea a hell of a lot. Like, I put tea in my joints like you guys do tobacco. Like, I make spliffs of that shit back in the day. I used to just smoke nothing but kumquat fucking blossom. When I ran out
I
of
would
weed.
look at that as just as big of a contaminant as neem oil. Because I know people, if they get a seeded crop, they're like, fuck it, let's just blast the shit.
Crazy from smoking this shit. I'm just saying, like, he could have made his argument without being so argumentative about it, I guess. Could have just told me what the fuck I might be doing wrong for myself.
But yeah, you're right, though. Seed oil, if you got the seeded crop and you think you're going to fix it by blasting it, guess where all that seed oil winds up? Right there in the fucking shatter. So yeah, I'm not such a bad guy. I kind of know what I'm talking about when it comes to terpenes, essential oils.
Terpenes is every smell, right? It's every essential oil and every gas and off-putting stuff.
Terpenes, terpene alcohols, esters, aldehydes,
lipids,
ketones.
Earlier, when Flower was talking about that initial rush of that terpene, that full terpene thing, it feels alcohol-y, which is an ester thing. And that's from that, from really fucking fresh, frozen, that rush of it.
Well,
like he was saying, maybe you shouldn't be having all of that because it's kind of alcohol-y as well.
That's the thing is
very high.
I wish Gus might have
alcohol too. So like, I don't drink, but I'll vape alcohol. So
well, that's funny. There's two things that we can talk about there. People actually do vape alcohol. Like chicks at bars that don't want to get calories from drinking too much, they'll vape alcohol. They get away with it. They don't die. I don't know why they do it. It sounds.
Have you ever done it? Okay,
no,
you haven't.
I would never
done
do
it. Let me tell you.
I've done it, but
extremely unpleasant. It's extremely fucking shocking. You're like, fuck. And it's also extremely unpleasant.
You could shotgun, like you usually would have a girl shotgun it to you to make it more instead of just being like, she'll take it and then like shotgun it to you, then it's secondary. So like it's not as bad.
I didn't want to have to do it, but Gus made me. But there's a company out there called True Terpenes, and they're doing exactly what Gus said. And they're making fake synthetically derived terpenes, and they're trying to make it match a cannabinoid or a cannabis terpene profile. Yeah. So don't ever fuck with that shit if you ever see that.
For sure, I am avoiding shit like that, like the plague. And there is a problem that Flower was talking about with just terpenes and very terpene strong things.
Well, here's
lungs.
The thing. I don't want terpenes to be the bad guy because in essential oils, there's a whole fuck ton of other components besides terpenes that add to the aromatic factor. And one of them is aldehydes. It was in like formaldehyde, or in a other, what you've commonly had is cinnamaldehyde. So you would think, hey man, I love cinnamon. Cinnamon's one of my favorite things. Wouldn't it be great to have cinnamon dabs? No, do not do cinnamon dabs because it's an aldehyde. You're going to fuck yourself up. It'd be the exact same thing as fucking smoking formaldehyde because they're one and the same compounds. They're in the same family of compounds. One happens to have a delightful, spicy scent to it that a lot of people go nuts for. The other one smells like poison and death, but they come from the same family of compounds. So yeah, that's the thing. There's more than just terpenes and essential oils. A lot of what cannabis has, we're kind of blessed because there's not a lot of those other compounds that are real bad for you in a lot of terpene profiles. There might be some with a lot of people trying to go for exotic terpene profiles and find new smells and kind of things. And especially if you try to concentrate.
But we're not saying to everybody to go smoke the stuff. Like, we're not saying like everybody's different. Go to your doctor and see what you are able to smoke. What I smoke is what I could smoke. I could smoke fucking flowers off the plant without dying. Some people might not be able to. So if it is each person, so that's just a warning. Like, don't go smoking shit off the trees like I did.
Like if anyone's heard of chrysanthemums or pyrethrin. Pyrethrin is kind of like a banned pesticide that they use in exterminating things like for wasps or other tarantulas or spiders and stuff. But
not banned here.
Well, here's the thing: is it's kind of interesting that it's not banned there because it's plant derived. It's from chrysanthemum, and a few years ago there was a big because it was falling into the hands of we don't want to use Avid, you don't want to use Eagle 20, you want to use something strong. What's the next best thing that's not as harmful? So people went to this pyrethrin, and it still was a banned thing to not spray on your plants. But a couple people were getting test results and were like, dude, we would never spray anything on our fucking plants, let alone pyrethrin. So they did a terpene analysis of this cannabis plant, and wouldn't you know it, the terpene profile of this cannabis plant produced pyrethrin. Because just like chrysanthemum and chrysanthemum oil, it's a natural component in its essential oils. So yes, there are cannabis plants out there that produce the exact same fucking compound.
Yeah, like the Tide stick that they used to say that came from fucking opium fields.
So you can have cannabis-derived pyrethrin.
Yep.
And I bet you don't get enough to make it fucking financially viable. Otherwise,
exactly. It's a minor component. But even it being a minor component, guess what? Those plants have less of a susceptibility to get pest pressure.
That's why it's there, in my opinion. That's why it's there.
Yeah.
We don't detect them, bugs.
I could talk about this forever, guys. It's I'm almost going on 10 years of studying terpenes and essential oils. So.
But just warning people not to be dumbasses to go smoke the shit because you could just, like I said, grow good weed. That's not what we were advocating from the beginning, but it's just fucking.
No one ever. What someone here had a little tantrum about, no one was even talking about. So.
Yeah, no, we never said that. Just in case. It is fucking stupid. When I smoke my kumquat fucking blossoms, it's because it tasted so sweet and I couldn't stop. I just fucking love it. If I had that kumquat tree right now, I'd be smoking it right now.
Just to warn you guys, though, you guys are going to see more events like that as time goes on. I don't know why.
People are rolling weed in rose petals and fucking palm fronds and fucking pineapple fucking leaves and fucking all kinds of shit. And they're selling that shit right now. And everybody fucking smoking them. So I'm just saying people are stupid and they do dumb things. You don't have to be one of them. Just try it if you like it. Oh yeah, I smoke rose petals too. Same as fucking kumquat blossom. Sweet. They taste sweet like candy.
I have smoked tea a number of times. Not for a long time though. But when I was at school, I did.
Yeah, I smoked some tea like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Banana skins.
Yep.
I used to
dried banana skins.
dried banana skins. My mom thought I was saving them for. She's like, "Are you saving them to smoke
We
them?"
must have been all listening to
garden.
the same fools.
In middle school, we tried bananas all the time. I don't think we ever got high just from the lack of oxygen.
Or the excitement.
Yeah. Crazy.
Lung expansion. Yeah. And a good cough.
Gasping for air and then being nervous that your parents are going to catch you. The whole thinking they're gonna know. Like when you smoke weed, it's like, damn, they're gonna know. No. Yeah. Hard to hide. Weed smells so good.
Yeah. It came down in the middle of the night and it was like, it smells good down here, man. Like, it is good. It's good.
My dog's staring at me.
My dog's sleeping. She knows what's up during the day now. She knows it gets exciting when my wife gets home, so she has a good old sleep. Anyway, of course, you've got 14 dogs. Of course, one of them's staring at you.
Yeah, I could feel him.
You can go anywhere.
I could feel him looking at me, though. That was the weird thing. I was like, looked over and I was like, yeah, I feel him staring at me. Fucking weird. I know what he wants. The door's open. Yeah, the front door is wide open. They can go outside.
Do they go around together? Are they different groups?
Yeah. Some of them won't go outside by themselves, and that's a smart thing because coyotes will jump over your fence here and take the dog right in front of you. They're bold enough to just walk right in the middle of the day, right through the middle of the houses. Like, what the fuck is that? Fucking coyotes. Look like dogs. Like they're so well fed. They don't look scrawny or nothing. Like, what the fuck was that fat fucking thing? Like they get no beast out here. Crazy. Never seen a fat coyote. So now.
You got to unbury that treasure before the coyotes eat it.
No, it's down there deep, dude. I found the top of the poles. They're only this thick now. They're almost just sandstone all the way down.
The dog pack's got it anyway.
Not even a circle. It's just like that thick and that like almost a foot wide. These poles are 5 feet tall, and that's what they have to be. There's one, and then a second one like 20, 30 feet back, and then the last one like another 30 feet back. It's like, and then there's a big fucking ship with something that sticks out of the ground, like an old Venetian style boat or like a war boat, like the ones with the fucking horn kind of shit, like a Viking ship kind of, but it's all sandstone. And it's fucking right in between the first mast and the second mast. So it's like in the middle of the boat, like it was the second ship that they would take off to go fucking like scurry around or whatever. I forgot what the boats are called. I looked them up yesterday. One that's got two flag things, or one not flag things, but the 3 fucking wind sails, fucking, yeah. In between there's the boat. Like the first sail and the second sail. The third sail is like 30 feet back behind all of them. It's like perfect feeding. That's the amount of, like how big it would be and how wide. That's how the guy found all that stuff. He dug a thing to put water out there. PVC pipe, sprinkler system.
Are your neighbors doing the same thing as you? Are they digging for treasure?
No, they're fucking from Mexico, dude. They don't know what the fuck treasure is. What the fuck?
They're digging for a whole other reason.
They see rust on the ground, they just leave it there. And then these other white people, they see rust on the ground, they sweep the shit up and throw it away. I see the rusty objects, and I'm like, that's part of a fucking piece of a puzzle you guys are throwing in the trash. Like, everybody's doing it. The person across me has 3 fucking giant tin, or not tin, but some kind of fucking steel fucking pieces. They're huge, and I need to go get them. They're part of the puzzle. They're fucking, he doesn't even know what they are. They're just on the side of the house, rusted out, 3 feet tall, all iron, fucking, like the stove or the system for them to like, the heating system for a boat. Like, the shit. Like, so one man would fucking keep the fire going and do all that shit. That was his whole job. across the street. When we fucked up and made the Salton Sea by accident the second time, when they didn't know and they broke the dam, that's when it hit this ship and it broke it into pieces and it pushed it all over the place and covered it with dirt when it came in, and it filled it up, filled this place up with water. As I said, 100 feet high would have been the original height.
You probably might like this. I saw a while ago, it was a project that they wanted to do. It's a huge endeavor. It's bigger, would be bigger than all the canals built, the Panama Canal, the Suez Canal. But they want to connect the Sea of Cortez to the Puget Sound.
Oh, wow.
Like big connect. Well, it would solve all that because you could divert water and irrigate so many places that are, in a drought. So you basically have one continuous river or canal from the Pacific Northwest down all the way through California.
Everything's melting already. Once the fucking water level rise, we're going to be underwater.
Yeah, but maybe this saves real estate, I guess. We could let it all melt and that would happen naturally, probably.
Yeah, it will, because in a couple, I'm like only 100 feet away from water. And once the water reaches there from anywhere far, that'd be like done. Because once that happens, this place is filling up fast.
Yeah, if anyone wants to look that up, it's kind of a cool looking map, or what it would look like if it was actually real. It would totally change what the West Coast looks like.
Yeah. Did you see it before, the old map with an island, California? And it was like an island. And that's how there's a ship stuck in the middle of fucking Oregon with honey. They keep finding beeswax, and they're all numbered stamps, cubes of beeswax for making shit in the middle of fucking forest in Oregon.
If you want to go really crazy with it, there's people that believe that that San Francisco, which was an original colony of the Tartarian Empire.
Oh, you know that stuff too? I was a Tartarian before in my life. And
yeah, they think the Tartarians conquered all the way up into North America and actually colonized where San Francisco is today.
I believe it. I don't think they spoke Spanish either. I think they just called it Spanish after the Spanish won. Because everything, all the regular flags look like a Spanish color flag, but just different combinations of it. If you look at all the flags, you can see which ones were conquered by the Spain or the Spanish, whatever you want to call them, the original them. And the Romans before that, and Greece and all that before that, everybody, the Sumerians.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, if people want to look it up, it's new. It's called New Chronology. It's made by a Russian mathematician named Anatoly Fomenko. Really smart guy. Like I said, mathematician, has nothing to do with history, but he was looking at lunar charts, how they base lunar eclipses, and basically found an anomaly which he figured out was actually a duplicate. And then he went back into history and looked at more duplicates and basically figured out, or it's his theory, that anywhere between 300 to 1,000 years has been totally fabricated in history. He has a lot of crazy theories, like Pompeii was never destroyed by a volcano, and the pyramids were built, which would be in the dynasty that the last dynasty of Egypt, which in our current day would be the 1700s. Not thousands of years old, but only hundreds of years old.
Do you think you could avocado someone to death?
Don't like 50 people die a year from falling avocados?
You could throw one hard enough. If it's a hard one, you could throw the
Didn't
hard enough too.
Didn't Robin Williams throw an avocado at the back of Pierce Brosnan's head in Mrs. Doubtfire? And then when he got called out for it, he said, "It was a drive-by fruitin'." Mrs. Doubtfire. Go back and watch it. It was a drive-by fruitin'.
We know you've practiced it.
Yeah, you said it too perfect the first time.
Yeah.
Grab them a little bit tighter and go again.
It was a drive-by fruitin'.
Yeah, it's fallen away a bit.
I give up.
I think you nailed it.
It's all going downhill from here. No, it was a lemon, though, you guys. Come on, it was a lemon.
What's the lemon?
Photographic memory of the scene. I'm pretty sure he chucked a lemon. It wasn't an avocado.
You Googled it right now if I can see what it was?
No, I just remember that whole movie. The other part where he tries poisoning him because he figures out he's allergic to pepper, and he's in the restaurant. He pretends to be a chef, and he serves the food, and he's like, "Hot jambalaya."
I could just Google this, huh? What the hell? I haven't taken a picture. I still haven't figured out what.
Well, luckily, Green Fingers, you have me, and I can almost word for word do the entire front to back, beginning to end movie. Do it. Dumb and Dumber, Tommy Boy, Friday, Mrs. Doubtfire. I got all of them. I can do the whole fucking movie.
I wonder what feature
Misspent youth in front of the television.
Yeah, have you watched that much movies? I only watched every movie from a certain year because I had to be with my dad. That's all we did. Watch movies together.
You wouldn't believe it based on how excited I was to tell you guys that, but actually I was one of those outdoor kids. And I would get fed up with the movies and video games at a certain point and just go run outside.
That's pretty radical for your generation. There mustn't have been any other kids out there.
Well, it was a little, I don't want to go all in the fucking memory lane, but a lot of it was getting into fights. It was getting in fights at some point. And then hanging out with the girls.
What would wear that? Literally.
Yeah. All very frightening.
What creature would wear this? I don't know what needs that much armor? A dinosaur?
Jesus.
It's a big fucking piece of armor. There has to be a lot of these down the back there. I don't know what kind of creature that is.
The radical piece of fucking.
I think this is what the ship. I think the people fought the people on the ship got beat up by a fucking monster, and this is the leftover remains of the monster, and they all died again. They're fighting off the monster. My real fucking guess is they fought a fucking giant monster dinosaur shit and got their asses handed to them.
All right, dudes. I think it's time to shut this thing down. I need to move around.
Hey.
Move around, go outdoors.
All right, before I get any more death threats, I'll sign out. All right, guys.
Thank you, my friend.
That's right. When that happens.
Guys. Peace out, guys.
You'll live to fight another day.
And thank you to Greenthirteen for doing this, as always. Cheers, guys. See you guys later.
Oh, yeah. See you later. Weed nerds, time to seed. See you guys. My throat hurts.
Love my brother.
Love you, man. Have a great night. Morning.
Yeah, and you, man.
Afternoon?
Yeah. Afternoon, yeah, exactly. It's like 12:30.
High noon? See you later. Oh, weed. Weed nerds out. What kind is that? Smells pretty good.
I wish I had some trimming to do, man. I'm all trimmed out.
Peace out. See you guys later.
Yeah. Got the eagle trim bin. time to go, Flower.
Bye-bye. Have a good one.
Have a great day, my friend. Love you, brother.
Everybody. Yeah. Have a dank one. And be nice to somebody out there. Cost nothing. Love you, brother.
Yeah, and you, man. Love you, Eagle, man. Hope you had a nice fucking chill. Love you, chat. Do something nice for yourself today. Be kind to yourself.